Supreme. Kann sein, dass sie zu gut im Kochen ist. Jetzt. Mach du da... Nicht Combat. Warte, ich kann auch gleich mehrere machen, oder? Oder haben die dann alle das gleiche Ergebnis? Ich probiere es jetzt einfach mal aus. Failure U-Material. Okay. So geht das natürlich einfacher, wenn wir das direkt so machen. Aber jetzt gerade weigert sie sich zu scheitern. Da sieht sie mir zu glücklich aus. Das muss... Gibt's nicht irgendeinen, der das nicht kann? Catfood, da haben wir's. So, und was mache ich jetzt damit? Zu Kopf gehen. Oder brauche ich das für irgendwas? It's good to see you again, Cop. I'll be resuming my duties of feeding you Lloyd's prized collection starting today. Ey, du willst mich doch verarschen. Der Stream ist nicht schon wieder abgebrochen, oder? Stell dir vor, ich starte einen Stream, er geht 5 Minuten und dann bricht die Verbindung ab. Nee, ist es nicht, nur eben ganz kurz. Also, ist nur eben ganz kurz weg gewesen. Ja, toll. Aber wieso? Läuft schon seit einer Weile wieder der Stream. Ja gut, bei mir stand jetzt gerade Willkommen im Chat. Du hast nicht mehr mitbekommen, dass er weg war, okay. Warte mal. Ich hasse Windows immer noch dafür, dass sie diese auf den Desktop gehen Taste so einen Pixel breit gemacht haben. Versuch mal die zu treffen, wenn du 2 Bildschirme hast. Das ist richtig Krampf. Okay, daran liegt's nicht. Na dann. Okay, also, zumindest wenn der Hauptbildschirm der linke ist. Ja, ist er ja! Was machen wir jetzt mit dem Katzenfutter? Vielleicht hast du das nicht mitgekriegt, weil da gerade zufällig der Stream weg war. Jetzt habe ich das Katzenfutter ja. Ich kann ja scheinbar nicht damit zu Kopf gehen. Das brauche ich erst nach dem Kapitel. Aber man braucht es, okay? Gut, aber dann können wir ja jetzt speichern. Und zum IB, zum Dings gehen, zum Tower. Also da gibt es noch ein Zwischenkapitel danach, okay. Na dann, let's go. We're scheduled to meet up with Dudley on the first floor at noon. Warte mal, bevor ich das mache, ich bestelle mir gerade was zu essen. Ich habe gerade Hunger. Sehr organisiert mal wieder. Aber ich mache das jetzt, bevor die Action losgeht. Sodass das nicht... Ich wollte nicht auf Let's Play Forum gehen. So. Mal gucken. Du wolltest ja heute endlich ein neues Autoradio kaufen, aber beim Mediamarkt hier bieten sie keine mehr an. Autoradio, wer will geklaute Autoradio? Das Ding ist, dass ja mittlerweile du in den neueren Autos und so kaum noch Autoradios einbauen kannst, weil die ja alle schon so ein System da drin haben, so mit Navi und Bildschirm und allem. Und das kannst du ja nicht einfach austauschen. Du kriegst ja heutzutage gar kein richtiges normales Auto mehr, was keinen Bildschirm hat und wo man das Radio noch austauschen kann. So, ich nehme was ich so nebenbei ohne... Ich habe auch noch ein altes. Na, Virtual Realität wird es nicht geben, vor allem nicht in Deutschland. Weil die sich da denken, ach, das ist aber unsicher im Straßenverkehr. Ich meine, man darf in Deutschland ja nicht mal irgendwie Lichter an sein Auto bringen, weil das verwirrend für andere sein könnte. Da frage ich mich aber, warum an der Seite von irgendwelchen Straßen so Leuchtreklameschilder stehen dürfen. Die sind komischerweise nicht verwirrend. Aber wenn du bei deinem Auto irgendwie so LED-Lichter dran anbringen möchtest, das ist verwirrend. Und lenkt vom Straßenverkehr ab. das. Und ich möchte gerne noch ein Getränk dazu bestellen. Stimmt, in Deutschland gilt, VR sind Videospiele, also Gamer, also Amokläufer. Und das will man doch nicht supporten. Bestelle ich mir ein Eis? Ist die Frage. Ich lasse es mal. Ach komm, ich lasse das auch mit dem Getränk, das ist mir zu teuer. So, vielen Dank, wir haben deine Bestellung erhalten. Dann können wir ja jetzt weitermachen. We still have a little bit of time. Ja, wir gehen jetzt rein. Warte mal. Können wir noch Slots öffnen? Haben wir mittlerweile wieder Sepits bekommen, dass wir Slots öffnen können? Weil dann würde ich das jetzt ganz gerne noch machen. Nee. Was für Quarze hat denn Tio jetzt? Gibt's HP3 schon? Ich glaube nicht, ne? Aber gibt's EP2? EP2 und Cast 2, wenn es die gibt, würde ich die... EP gibt's nur eins, okay, und Cast gibt's auch nur eins, okay. Dann geht's nicht besser. Ja, ich hatte zugesagt für Samstag. Ich weiß halt nur nicht, wie ich da hinkomme. HP3 gibt's höchstens im Exchange Shop. Der war ja im Downtown, ne? Ne, nicht hier. Downtown war von hier aus. Lang. HP3 gibt's aber gar nicht. Ach, hierfür braucht man unter anderem Fische. Ja gut, dann ist mir das sowieso egal. Ich verzichte auf diesen Exchange Shop, wenn die mich dazu zwingen wollen zu angeln. Ich lasse mir nicht das Angeln aufzwingen. Okay, wenn wir in Gütersloh rein... Weiß nicht. Du musst ja eh dann wahrscheinlich fahren, oder? Oh, kannst du mich dann vielleicht mitnehmen? Ja, komm, wir entern jetzt. Wir entern das Schiff. Wow. Get a load of this place. It's like high-tech meets fancy living. Auch wenn es nur so semi auf dem Weg liegt. Ich glaube aber mit einem Auto ist immer noch besser zu fahren, als mit zwei Autos zu fahren. So vom Umweltaspekt her. This feels even more futuristic than the IBC building. Car! Every floor is wired up to the orbital network as well. There's also a direct line to the IBC for instant updates on stock market prices. I heard about that. Uncle Dieter insisted on it. A true economist to the end. He has banking on the brain, even as a statesman. Well, all we can do now is wait for Dudley to come pick us up. The conference isn't open to the general public, so why don't we have a seat over there? The same day, 12 p.m. There you are. Wir haben schon so lange auf euch gewartet und ihr gammelt hier auf der Bank rum. Hello, Dudley. We're ready for our assignment. It's noon sharp. The trade conference begins at 1 p.m. As for the dignitaries, they'll be here in around 30 minutes time. Ich habe mich gerade so semi verschluckt und das hängt jetzt irgendwo da noch rum. Got it. Where should we make our way for now in that case? Das war bei dir schon, weil du warst vor der Location und alle sind schon drin. Ja. Das finde ich auch immer schwierig, wenn man sagt, man trifft sich da und dann weiß man nicht, drinnen oder draußen davor. Sind die anderen jetzt schon drin oder bin ich einfach nur als Erster da? Soll ich jetzt hier draußen auf die anderen noch warten? Oder soll ich reingehen? Aber was, wenn die mich dann nicht finden und denken, ich bin nicht da, wenn ich drin bin und die aber hier draußen sich treffen wollten? Bin ich zu früh? Oder sind die anderen einfach reingegangen? So nach dem Motto. Das finde ich auch immer schwierig. Where should we make our way for now in that case? I would have preferred to familiarize you with the venue myself, but there's been changes of plans. I came to let you know that someone else will be showing you around. Someone else meaning... Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming today. Wer? Ach, Dieter Kreuss. Meja Kreuss? Uncle! Ellie, Lloyd, how long has it been? A few weeks or so? Hello to you too, Wazy and Noel. And it's been far longer since I've seen you, Randy. Tio, welcome back. Appreciate it. It's good to see you again. Yes, it is. But what are you doing here? The conference starts in less than an hour. Is it really okay for you to take the time out to greet us? Nonsense. The preparations are just about finished. We're simply waiting for the dignitaries to arrive in the meantime. I thought showing you around the building would make for a good break of sorts. I trust this is all right with you, Dudley. As you say, Mayor. See to it that you don't do anything to embarrass yourselves in front of him. Once you're done, come to the security command room on the 34th floor. Understood. They're all yours, Mr. Mayor. I'll see the rest of you soon. You have my gratitude. Jetzt geht er einfach komplett raus. He's a talented detective, but a little inflexible, isn't he? Though perhaps it's that particular quality that makes him so good at his work. The First Division does have a reputation for doing things by the book after all. Where are my manners? I forgot the most essential of all tour procedures. Ladies and gentlemen of the SSS, welcome to Orcus Tower. Follow me if you would. Wie der Boden spiegelt. Same as ever. Yes, and the apple we call Maria Bell didn't fall far from his tree. Maybe, but it is nice of him to show us around personally before the conference. Toast gefällt sowas. Du meinst den Tomatentoaster? Und was meinst du jetzt gerade mit sowas? It sure is. Let's take him up on his offers. Spiegelnde Böden. Ja, ich mag spiegelnde Böden auch. Es kommt nur darauf an, wie sehr sie spiegeln. There are 3 elevators? Car? Now you're just showing off. Hier spiegeln sie nicht mehr. Well, the building is 40 stories tall. And just for the record, there are actually 6 elevators if you count the ones reserved for private use. That's impressive. Warum brauchen die 3 Fahrstühle für den Privatgebrauch? Also, ich gehe mal davon aus, dass der Bedarf an Fahrstühlen bei der Öffentlichkeit deutlich höher ist als der beim Privatgebrauch. Warum haben die exakt gleich viele Fahrstühle? Das ergibt gar keinen Sinn. That's impressive. Keep in mind that we don't have time today to visit every floor. Sadly, we'll have to limit ourselves to those related to the conference. Now, without further ado, let us begin with the 34th floor, where the security command room is stationed. After you. I see. I heard the same from Dudley. It's quite a tricky situation we find ourselves in. Yeah. The Jaegers at Eiyuu are cause for concern, not to mention whatever it is the Imperial and Republican governments are up to. On top of that, there are terrorists aiming to take the lives of 2 heads of state. And that isn't even including yesterday's mystery hacker. Would I be right in assuming that the stolen blueprints originated from one of your processing units? Regrettably, yes. It would appear a sub-terminal of Orcus Tower was hacked into. After the IBC was hacked months ago, I had our systems department boost their anti-hacking countermeasures, but clearly it wasn't enough. Haben wir ja gesehen, ich meine, Bleu Blanc ist auch, Pommes Blau-Weiß ist auch einfach reingekommen. When you think about it, though, hacking isn't exactly the most commonplace skill. Yep. The most logical culprit would have to be someone with ties to the Epstein Foundation. Chief Roberts is currently looking into that possibility, though my intuition tells me that isn't the case this time. Ja, der gehört zu Ouroboros. No matter. All we can do is wait for the results of his investigation. A Jaeger Corps, a criminal syndicate, the looming threat of terrorists. There's plenty to worry about already. Das Orbnet ist für uns alle Neuland. Aber war ja für uns auch noch so, nachdem es schon ewig existiert hat. What's most troublesome, however, are the motives of a number of our esteemed dignitaries. In other words, what some of the leaders are hoping for to gain from the conference. You're saying you're suspicious of people you yourself invited? I have no misgivings about Princess Claudia or Olivet, mind you. And the Grand Prince of Remiferia has given me no reason to doubt him either. Er war ja auch sehr nett. Chancellor Osborne and President Rocksmith, however, are on another matter entirely. The leaders of the 2 major powers, they have the most gain from controlling Crossbill's future. Have they tipped their hands on that front already? Quite the opposite, actually. We've already sent preliminary proposals for various treaties and accords to each country ahead of the conference. Both sides have reacted suspiciously favorable toward everything we've suggested thus far. The way they're behaving, you would think those 2 were all for equitable growth in Western Zemuria. That seems unlikely, to say the least. The Empire and the Republic tend to clash over even the smallest issues. correct. These sudden shifts in disposition made me all the more uncertain about how this conference might unfold. I've already prepared for the worst case scenario, mentally speaking. That seems wise. So on top of all the immediate danger, we're stuck in political trap 2. Car! Times like this are when I'm glad to have Speaker McDowell to lean on. If we play our cards right, we should also have the support of Liberal and Remiferia during these negotiations. Come what may, my heart is steeled. The only thing more I can do is pray that Eidios is in our corner as well. Uncle, it's hard to believe that you have even more on your plate today than I realized. I'm sorry to take your time with this tour. Don't mention it. On the contrary, I relish the opportunity for a nice change of pace. That's why I insisted that I be the one to show all of you around. Well, when you put it that way... It would be our honor, Mr. Mayor. Car! Alter, wie lange braucht dieser Fahrstuhl eigentlich, um in den 34. Stock zu kommen? Heck yeah, we're down if you are! That's what I like to hear. Ah, perfect timing, we've arrived. Hi, Charlene. Jetzt ist da. Wow. Incredible! Ja, hier sieht's genauso aus wie wie eben unten schon. Aber es geht wahrscheinlich um den Ausblick. Ja gut, ne? Ich weiß ja nicht, ob ein 34. Stock wirklich so hoch ist. Ich finde, das wirkt jetzt eher schon so wie 50. bis 100. Stock. Wow! It's absolutely amazing. Boy, is it! Get a load of that view! I'm glad you all find it as satisfying as I do. This is the 34th floor, where much of the stuff will be on standing during the trade conference. Are you ready to have a look around? Lead the way, Mr. Mayor. Here we have the security command room, and there's the press room just next door. There will be a company of guardsmen from the CGF on the floor below in the event of any terrorist infiltration. Right, I remember being briefed about that. Car. I bet they're gonna send the best of the CGF has to offer. I suppose the press room is where Grace will be spending all of her time. You mean that reporter from Crossbow Times? That's right, I believe I saw her name on the list, so we can expect she'll be attending. Bear in mind that the press aren't permitted to leave this floor, with the exception of the press conference or any scheduled interviews. Sounds reasonable though. Sounds reasonable enough. It's necessary, sometimes reporters can get a little pushy for a surprise Q&A session, enough to slip past security even. Grace likely accounts for most of those instances, if not all of them. I can already picture us dragging her away from somewhere she's not supposed to be. Das werden wir wahrscheinlich auch tun müssen, ne? Allow me to take the opportunity to show you into this room. Jetzt stehen wir in einer Besenkammer. Ist das nicht ein schöner Raum? Well now, this is more my kind of place. It looks like a break room, but it's so spacious. Precisely, this is the lounge I had prepared for the conference. Feel free to use it yourselves during your downtime. Thank you, we'll be sure to. We could always stop by for tea later. Let's head to the next floor, shall we? Is this an emergency stairwell? Looks like the way going down is sealed off, though. Normally, you'd be able to use these stairs to descend all the way to the first floor. However, we've sealed them off in preparation for the conference. Only the stairs between floors 34, 35 and 36 will be open. In other words, it's a security measure. Car! Es ist... Hi Mima. Es ist ein Security Measure, die Security in Gefahr zu bringen, indem man einfach das Treppenhaus des Notausgangs sperrt. Was, wenn jetzt da alles brennt? Dann kommen die einfach nicht da raus. Einfach nur wegen dieser Security Measures. What do people in case of emergencies say if an earthquake occurs? Should such an event come to pass, the gates to the stairwell will automatically open. Ach so, okay. Ich hätte einfach nur weiter warten müssen. Which just goes to show that no security plan is foolproof. Not when we have to account for the unexpected. True, we'll do our parts to cover any possible gaps. Devising anti-hacking protocols will be a necessity, it seems. Since we're here, why don't we take the stairs? Next stop, the 35th floor, home to the International Conference Room. Da wird es dann stattfinden, die Conference. Oh. Is this? That's right. Before you is the stage upon which world leaders will pursue the elusive dream that is diplomacy. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the International Conference Room. It's incredible. I've never seen anything like it. You must have had to take a chunk out of the next floor up with how high this ceiling is. As it so happens, the 36th floor was designed in the shape of a U, so as to accommodate the conference room. The antechambers to either side will house the stuff of each respective dignitary. Their personal security details will be on standby here as well. Oh, that's smart! Car! Will they all have to go somewhere, don't they? Was? Well, they all have to go somewhere, don't they? Saturn scheint noch Autoradius zu haben. Okay. Let us move to the final floor of our tour, shall we? Mit den Security Staff Members von den jeweiligen anderen sind da dann auch die Red Constellation mit gemeint. The rooms prepared on this floor will be provided by the dignitaries participating in the conference. Allow me to show you around. After you. Whoa, check this place out. Talk about swanky. If you gave me a room like this, I don't think I'd want to leave it. Echt, ich sehe kein Bett. Und das Sofa wirkt auch recht klein zum draufschlafen. Es ist zwar lang, aber nicht sonderlich breit. This one will serve as a waiting lounge for Prince Oliver. Ist irgendwie gerade wie in Minecraft. So, das hier habe ich gebaut und das hier habe ich gebaut. Ja, das müsste ich eigentlich auch noch zeigen heute, ne? They also double a space to cool one's head should things get too heated during the conference. That makes sense. Car! These rooms fitted with orbital cables as well. That's right, we requested that the wiring be inconspicuously installed. Now then, why don't we put the other rooms aside for now? You see, there's one final place I'd like to show you. Good afternoon, Mayor Kreuz. So, jetzt sehen wir seinen privaten Sex-Dungeon. Good to see you. Haha, at ease, gentlemen. From these windows, you will be able to command a full view of the conference as it progresses. There are curtains to make things private, should a confidential meeting take place, but they'll be open on this occasion. Good to know. This way we can get a quick glance at how the conference is going while we're on patrol. That's right. And if anything were to happen, we could rush in as soon as we saw it. We should make this a routine stop on our route then. Car! With that, you've now seen all 3 floors that will be part of your security rounds. Also doch kein Sex-Dungeon. However, if you would allow me, there is one more place I've been saving for last. Ach doch, doch noch den Sex-Dungeon. You mean this wasn't it? Huh, so where are we going? Isn't it obvious? The spot with the best view of all. Das Dach. Das würde ich jetzt aber nicht als Room bezeichnen. Wow! Car! Look at that, it's breathtaking. Ah, hier ist so ein Luftschifflandeplatz. Das passte perfekt zu der Vermutung mit dem Best of All Views, ja. Wow, words don't do it justice. Not in the least! The rest of the city looks like a miniature model from this far up. Das Dach so, no, you're breathtaking. Dang! Makes me wish this whole get-together was after dark. Bet the view at night's insane. Ja, ich finde den View auf diesen einen harten Übergang da sehr insane. In der Mitte des Bildschirms. Das sticht mir gerade so ins Auge. This little area will eventually become an observation deck for the public. It would be a terrible waste after all to restrict something so marvelous to government officials only. I'm sure people will love it. I can't wait for us to take Kia here too. Oh, pardon me. Kreuz here? Is that so? Understood, I'll be there right away. I've just received word that the dignitaries have arrived at the tower. Forgive me, ladies and gentlemen, but I'll have to take my leave here. Not at all. Thank you for showing us around. We appreciate it. Boy, did we! That was something else. It was a tour of a lifetime. Car! Übertreibt ein bisschen. I'm glad you enjoyed it, and thank you as well for giving me the change of pace I needed. I'll be seeing you all. Good luck with your security duties, and remember, give it everything you've got. It's punishment time. We won't let you down. It's the least I could do to pay you back for that letter of recommendation. Ideas be with you. I'll be praying for your success at the conference. Monokuma ist auch da, ja. As will I. Alright, let's make our way back to Dudley. He should be in the security command room in the 34th floor by now. Now the real work begins. Here's hoping this goes smoothly. Yeah, fingers crossed, car. The same day, 1 p.m. Let us hereby call to order the main session of the West Samoa Trade Conference. Da steht Arius. I, Henry McDowell, shall have the honor of officiating the proceedings. The conference is scheduled to run for approximately 5 hours, during which there will be one intermission period. However, depending on how deliberations are progressing, a limited extension may be granted. I would now like to introduce you to I would now like to introduce you to 2 observers that will be joining us for the conference. Lawyer Ian Grimwood. He's a legal expert who is active not only in Crossbell but our surrounding nations as well. I requested that he attend today's conference due to his familiarity with both common and international law. It's a pleasure to be here, everyone. I'm Ian Grimwood at your service. Ah, so this must be Crossbell's famous Grizzly Grim. Yes, I've heard of you as well. They say you're primarily concerned with issues regarding civil rights. It's an honor to meet you. You flatter me. I hope my expertise proves useful to everyone today. Next, Racer Arias McLean. You may recognize the name from his many outstanding achievements in our neighboring countries. I request that he too attend as a neutral observer on behalf of the Bracer Guild to further ensure our safety here today. That is correct. I'm Arias McLean. A pleasure to make your acquaintances. So this is a divine blade of wind? The speaker assumes right. Your reputation greatly precedes you, even over in the Republic. Tales of your deed reach the Imperial capital as well. People often speak of Crossbell's divine blade, a man swathed in wind-born might. I'm honored. Zählt da Aufpasser sein schon als sich in Politikkram einmischen? Keine Ahnung. Without further ado, we will begin by going over each proposal on today's docket. Mayor Dieter Kreuz will be our first proponent. Opponent, genau, das ist unser erster Gegner. The floor is yours, Mayor Kreuz. Thank you. Now, if you would all direct your attention to the bill number 1 in your provided materials. It's begun! Car! Mein Essen ist da.
Wind's wings, they did darken the sky. His roar fury's fire, and his scales sharpened scythes. Men ran and they cowered, and they fought and they died. They burned and they bled as they issued their cries. We need saviors to free us from Alduin's rage. Heroes on the field of this new war to wage. And if Alduin wins, man is gone from this world, lost in the shadow of the black wings unfurled. But then came the tongues on that terrible day. Steadfast as winter, they entered the fray, and all heard the music of Alduin's doom, that sweet song of Skyrim, sky-shattering Thuum. And so the tongues freed us from Alduin's rage, gave the gift of the voice, ushered in a new age. And if Alduin's eternal, then eternity's done, for his story is over.
So kann weitergehen. Yeah! We already knew that Arios would be here, but I had no idea Mr. Grimwood was going to play a role too. It would seem this moniker of Grizzly Grim is well known outside of Crossbill as well. Keep in mind, conferences such as these are meant for establishing accords and agreements between governing bodies. As such, it's necessary to have someone on hand with expertise in international and common law. Huh, I see. And who would make a better advisor for that than Grizzly Grim himself? It's nice that we can see the start of the conference and all, but this stuff is way over my head. It's not as though it's our place to be concerned with the actual discussions during the conference. Focus on what matters most, making sure today passes without incident. Understood. Should we begin as planned? Yes. I've tasked you with patrolling the 34th and 54th and 36th stories. Also alle, die wir betreten können. Everyone on these floors should know who you are and why you're here. I'd advise you to take time to speak with members of the media and the staff of the dignitaries. Roger that, car! Good, I'll be heading back to the 34th floor now. May Eidios protect you. Call me if anything happens. Dudley is usually pretty steely, but even he's on edge today. I noticed too! It's hard to imagine today ending peacefully after what we experienced last night. I agree. We're going to need to be super vigilant on these patrols. Car! No kidding. What do you say, leader? Ready to get this show on the road? I am. Let's follow Dudley's advice and speak with all the other parties present. Okay. Mal gerade speichern. So, jetzt esse ich erstmal ein bisschen was. Weil ich das ungern in den Dialogen tue. So. Hier sind so Mates. Sweep, sweep, sweep. Phew! I'm dusting up a storm today. There's not a speck out of place on this potted plant. Now that I'm done with it, time to double check for any spots I missed. Die steht da den ganzen Tag und staubt diesen einen Blumentopf ab. Und sonst nix. This is the room reserved for Prince Albert of Remiferia. From what I understand, the Grand Prince has an extensive knowledge of music. As it happens, I'm currently preparing Speaker McDowell's private record collection for him to enjoy. Oh, you're those police officers they have on patrol, aren't you? That's us. Sorry for interrupting. And you're Princess Claudia's little friend, Zeke, was it? Ich dachte gerade, warum sagt jetzt die Maid das, aber Tio steht ja direkt dann dahinter. This must be the Gefalken Kia told me about. What's the little guy saying? Could you translate for us, Tio? Car? He said hello again, SSS, and nice to meet you, Tio. So he remembers us after all. Clever bird. I always remembered the faces of Princess Claudia's friends. Well, I'm honored to hear you say that, Zeke. Dann damit ist ja klar, wem dieser Raum zugestellt war. Nämlich Princess Claudia. Und du musst mal wieder ein Edit machen, aha. I don't mean to make a fuss, but are these refreshments truly suitable for the president? I understand your concern, but the kitchen staff did their very best with them. I'm sure they'll be fine. Besides, they're patriotic in a way. I suppose so, but surely there were better alternatives. Is there some kind of issue with the snacks they prepared? Those sweet buns have Mishy's face on them. I would recognize them anywhere. They're Mishy buns. I fail to see the problem here. Any other foodstuff would be objectively inferior. Klar, Tio. Calm down, Tio. Car. If nothing else, they'll give the president something to remember Crossbow by. Ja, ja. Tio und Mishi. Konnte ich gerade hier die Pflanze ansprechen oder war das nur es war er? Okay. Jetzt, hier war ich noch nicht drin. Ne? Ah, hier ist das Treppenhaus. Und wenn da das Treppenhaus ist, was ist dann hier? The mayor and speaker will be sharing this room during the intermission. They have their work cut out for them, representing Crossbill today. So I'm gonna make this place as spick and span as I can. I heard Prince Olivert is especially fond of red roses, so I took the liberty of fetching some to decorate his room with. I hope he enjoys them. Oh ja, Olivier hat schon ein Faible für Rosen. This room will be set aside for Prince Olivert during today's intermission. His Highness is quite renowned among the imperial upper crust for his refined tastes and unique pursuits. Knowing that makes me want to put all of my energy into preparing this room to his liking. Naja, er wird sowieso wahrscheinlich wieder irgendeinen Unfug machen. Ach, ist das Lecterra Rundle? Man, I get a load of that view. Ain't it something, SSS? Lecter? What are you doing here? Aw, come on, you guys. I'm part of His Excellency the Chancellor's staff. Nothing unusual about me kicking back in here. Anyway, good to see you again, gang. We really gotta stop meeting like this. Even today, of all days, you look like you don't have a care in the world. What he looks like is someone with something to hide. Hey, don't be like that, little lady. Only thing I'm hiding under all this charm is additional surplus charm. So those glares on your faces tell me you guys have a boatload of questions you wanna ask. That's right. We've learned a thing or two in the past 24 hours. Specifically about the Imperial government's actions, or lack thereof, regarding the trade conference. Alright then, I'm not exactly sure what you've heard, so let me shoot you a question of my own. Did you know that I'm working with the noble faction to take Gilead Osborne's life? What? Car? Oh. Consider the source, everyone. Don't listen to a word he says. I ain't falling for this one again, pal. Fool us once, shame on you. Dang, don't ruin a guy's fun like that. 2 out of 6 ain't bad, but I was hoping to string half of you along at least. I suppose we can't just chalk that one up as a crude attempt at humor then. Listen, Lecter, because I need to make something clear. I don't care what your position or goal is. From where I'm standing, you're the type of person who knows how to take responsibility and get the job done. Owing to that, the most logical thing to do would be to cooperate with us, at least as far as security is concerned. Am I wrong? So that's your play. I was only fooling about the turncoat business just now, but you can't tell me it's totally impossible to picture, right? You've got to keep your eyes peeled at all times, stay vigilant, and see the signs. That's the key to a good writer finding inspiration, you know. I don't know any aspiring authors in this room last time I checked. I've seen broken rifles shoot straighter than this guy. Sorry, but that's all the advice I can give you at the moment. You should keep an open mind about how things might play out, expect the unexpected and all that jazz. That's real helpful, thanks. Car? Even though I can't get a read on what he's thinking. I feel I understand him even less than I did before. Der gute Lektare-Wandel. So, hier geht's zu den Fahrstühlen, nehme ich an, genau. Aber da gehe ich doch lieber die Treppe. So, hier sind scheinbar die Calvert-Leute drin. Ich habe auch schon Kilika gesehen. Well, look who it is. How go your patrols, SSS? Kilika. The looks on your faces tell me you have some intel about what could happen today. Might it have something to do with your invitation aboard the Asile, perhaps? I beg your pardon? We should have expected you would already know. Jeez! How do your sources even get this stuff? Settle down. It isn't anything to fret over. I am curious though, did you hear anything of note? It was only some friendly advice, nothing more. There's still plenty we have to figure out for ourselves. Is that right? Well, the same could be said of myself. What? I was merely thinking aloud. I can envision as many scenarios that I'd like, but that doesn't mean any of them will come to pass. With so many conflicting motives, there's still much we don't know. That's true of everyone working here today. Will today be the day in the first domino? Will today be the day the first domino falls, or is that juncture yet to come? Who can really say that at this point in time? I understand what you're getting at, but still, either way, she's right on the mirror. The only thing I'll add is that my role today is nothing more than that of a presidential guardian and keeper. In that sense, you could almost consider us as colleagues. What say we put aside our allegiances and simply watch how today unfolds. Beyond that, I have no further comments to make for the moment. Fair enough, thanks for the information. So, Kilika hatten wir jetzt. Da ist die Conference drin. Hier sind die Dingsleute drin. Hier sind Müller ist und Tower ist auch hier. Aha. I've been nervous wreck all day, but I can't let this opportunity to go to waste. Especially after all Prince Oliver's done for the Academy. Most importantly, I'm here as a representative of Thor's. I've got to pull myself together and chip in. What's a girl in a school uniform doing here? Hey, mir gefällt das, dass sie hier ist. Und das, obwohl dieses Spiel ja ursprünglich vor Trails of Cold Steel rauskam. Und schon ist sie hier etabliert worden. Und Thor's Military Academy auch. Ach, die ist nur in der neuen Version da. Ist ja trotzdem cool, dass sie da ist. I did hear that a student was going to be accompanying the Imperial government into the conference. Supposedly, they're hoping to gain some real-world experience, being one of the best and brightest of the academy. This must be her. Damn, and here I was thinking someone just couldn't find a babysitter. Somehow I get the feeling that she and I would have a lot to talk about. She has to have skipped a grade or two, right? Car! Well, you never know. That girl just might be around the same age as you and Lloyd. She seems like she's got a good head on her shoulders, so I guess she could be older than she looks. Ich meine, sie wäre schon volljährig, oder? It would be nice to get to know her, but we are a bit pressed for the time today. Ich meine, sie wäre 18. Und demnach nicht wirklich ein Kind. Dann hier gab es nur diese Räume. Okay. Hier ist dieser Pausenraum. Warte mal, ich habe in dem Raum eben noch gar nicht mit allen Leuten gesprochen, ne? Da waren ja Müller, Van da und so auch da. Good afternoon, everyone. If it isn't the special support section, I take it you've been securing the conference floors for everyone? That's right. We managed to eke out an assignment as part of security. So this room is where they've stashed all the big guns, is it? Metaphorically speaking, of course. I bet every last person here is a ranking officer. Correct. By all accounts, this room alone could prevent a major incident. Absolutely, not to mention Senior Captain Schwartz's swordmanship. I've heard it's as fearsome as it's elegant. Car! You are far too kind. It's nothing so extraordinary. That being said, no matter what happens, no one will lay so much as a finger on Her Highness, I swear it. Trust us to protect the conference room, and we will trust you to keep watch over the other floors. Of course. Thank you. It's good to see you again, Major Vander. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary yet? Wieso Major Vander? Ich dachte, das ist ein Musikmanager. Hello, SSS. It's hardly enough reason to let our guards down, but things have been calm thus far. Even the discourse of the conference itself has been civil. I'm admittedly impressed by how smoothly things are going. If the conference continues to go well, that will at least alleviate some of the stress on the prince's shoulders. Is everything okay, Mayor Vander? Car? You seem to have a lot on your mind. I suppose you could say that in a sense. We've only come this far because of the seeds he chose to sow. But never mind that. What matters most right now is our duties at the conference. I have a role to play as the prince's escort, just as I'm sure you all have your own, keeping the conference secure. Right, that much is for certain. So, jetzt aber. Ich benutze jetzt ausnahmsweise mal den Fahrstuhl. This waiting room is for members of the press from each participating country. General policy forbids them from exiting while the conference is in session. Könnte es sein, dass Niall und Dorothy da drin sind? They should be accounted for in there. Feel free to enter if there's anything you need to confirm. Ich sehe Dorothy jetzt noch nicht. Good to see you, SSS. Hey, if it ain't Lloyd & Company! Feels like we've been waiting forever for this trade conference to kick off, doesn't it? It's the main event of all main events. Crossbill's leadership and representative from our 4 nearby countries in a bonanza of international discourse. Du hast sie auch gesucht, ne? Aber sie waren nicht da. And of course a big to-do like this demands a prime-time venue. Orcus Tower, the continent's first true skyscraper. Can you feel it? The nerves in the air? Ah, I'm so tense that my heart's about to jump out of my chest. I definitely see the tension, but honestly, you don't look the least bit nervous to me. I suspect the nerves are coming less from her and more from her future prospective victims/interviewees. Hi, Julie! Tio, you're back! And you brought that trademark snark along with you. I'll admit, I'm not so much anxious as I'm giddy, but enough about that. There's someone I want to introduce to you. Meet Noticia. Noticia, this is the special support section. Nice to meet you. I've seen you all in the papers before. You look like even finer team in person. I'm Noticia, a reporter from the Liberal News. Thanks for keeping us all safe for the day. Oh, kein Niall. Und keine Dorothy. Stattdessen kriegen wir eine, die wir nicht kennen. Happy to be of service. I've heard of the Liberal News Service. It's the largest publication in the kingdom. Danke. That's right, they also have been getting a lot of attention in the journalism world for another reason. 2 of their own reporters were awarded the Pulitzer Prize last year. The Pulitzer? Isn't that the prize that Nielsen person won a few years back? It's given to the continent's most outstanding journalists every year, if I remember right. That's the one. Anyway, the latest recipients are a duo by the names of Niall Burns and Dorothy Hyatt. Warum sind die nicht hier? Niall's our ace reporter and Dorothy's a brilliant camera woman. Warum ist der ace reporter nicht hier? So the kingdom took home to the crown last year, huh? 2 guesses as to what the prize-winning story was. Could it have been about the strange phenomenon that happened in Liverpool around that time? Car? Right again. Though technically everything they covered leading up to the incident factored into the decision too. I see. They sound very impressive. Yeah, I guess so. But that doesn't mean we'll just lie down and let them outshine us. It's every reporter's dream to win the Pulitzer Prize at least once in their career. And if you want to win the next one, then you'd better get the best scoop you can every day, especially this one. You got that, Rains? We can't let any of these new shouns get the jump on us. Yes, ma'am. If Grace gets any more fired up, the orbital sprinkler system might go off. Let's hope she can behave herself at least. I'm Thompson from the Ardent Press. A pleasure to meet you. You're a photographer with the Tyrrell Times, if I'm not mistaken? That's right, but I'm still only a rookie. You said Ardent Press, right? That would mean you're from Remiferia. We may be from different countries, but we're not competitors today. I'm looking forward to working with you. Likewise. Here's hoping we all get the story we're looking for. But wo kommt er denn? That's right, on clear days you can see it standing tall in the distance. As a matter of fact, it's actually given Altair's tourism industry a slight boost. Wahrscheinlich kommt er dann von Altair. Almost as if it's a second-hand landmark. Already Orcus Tower is impacting the economies of multiple countries at once. I haven't read too many positive remarks about the Crossbill police in the past. However, seeing how tight the building security is, I'm getting the exact opposite impression today. The only conclusion I can come to is the CPD's shortcomings are a result of their structure, not their people. The Strait Conference truly is extraordinary. I've never covered anything like this before. Conferences between any 2 of these countries aren't uncommon, but between Crossbill and its 4 neighboring nations? That's unheard of. Not to mention both Chancellor Osborne and President Rocksmith are attending in person rather than sending surrogates. This is essentially the first time these 2 men have ever met face to face. Talk about history in the making. It's unprecedented to say the least. Reporters from every participating nation have gathered for the sake of covering this day. You and your Imperial Chronicle colleagues included. Gut, das sind dann die von Dingskirchen, aus Erebonia. War hier da war der Raum. Hier sind noch so viele Räume. I saw Vice Commissioner Pierre muttering to himself earlier. I hope he's alright. I'm a little worried about him, to be honest. Hier ist dieser Pausenraum, genau. Was ist denn hier? Captain Grant, a pleasure to see you, Car. Hey, Grant, working hard. Good day, Sergeant Major Seeker. You as well, Orlando. Though I suppose neither of you is technically part of the CGF at the moment. That's true, but my leave is only temporary. You can address me by whatever you find easiest. Car! I don't really care either way. Are you two the only representatives from the CGF on this floor? That we are. It's out of consideration for the dignitaries and members of the press, you might say. Part of the CGF's orders for this assignment is to stay out of their sight and minimize exposure, hence the bare bones deployment. It sounds like the reasoning goes deeper than that. It does! Essentially, the decision is a way of tiptoeing around the 2 major powers. Car! While the Guardian Force's weaponry is restricted by state law, it still functions the same way as any other state military. Car! We stay within budget, but a great deal of our fundings goes toward maintaining and improving the arms we're allowed to have. Car! Those expenditures would be an easy point of contention if they were out in the open during the conference. Car! Out of sight, out of mind, in other words. Diplomacy can be one frickle mistress. All true, but I try not to think about it too much. In the end, the both of us are only up here for appearance's sake. Still, there's an entire company of guardsmen, one story below, all ready to mobilize at a moment's notice. Should something happen, they'll be on this floor within seconds, rest assured. Good to know. We'll be counting on you if it comes to that. Okay. In einem Notfall sind welche da. Gut, hier sind Dudley und die anderen. Ich gehe erstmal dann gucken, was da in diesem Raum hier noch war. Urk! I can't believe that woman would... no, I'm sure of this time. It is this time. Of it this time? Who's he mumbling about? Excuse us, Vice Commissioner Pierre. What? The special support section? Oh, joy. Well, can I help you? If I may ask, Vice Commissioner, what are you doing here? Tio, you can't just... Oh, nothing! Nothing except my job as director of the security command room. Huh? Since when? Come to think of it, I do recall seeing your name sprinkled around in some of our materials. I see. I see. I never read those, hence my confusion. You what? Here we go. We probably should have mentioned this to all of you sooner. Whoops! Car! One question. If you're the head of security, why are you in here instead of the command room? Taking a little break? Please! Dudley has full authority while we're here on site, with my permission, of course. You see, there's no reason for me to be in the command room. Too many leaders spoil the group, as it were. Think of it however you like. As your superior, I know what's the best for the operation. Now then, you six just focus on not getting in Dudley's way. Yes, sir. Listen up. There's a press conference scheduled during the intermission. Make sure everything is in order, on the double. Understood, we'll get right on it. Ich möchte nochmal sagen, ne, hier, das ist auch nicht viel Dialog, was sie gerade hatte. Sie hat auch nur gesagt, understood, we'll get right on it. Aber du musst sie dafür ansprechen. Und das ist der Gegensatz zu Pokémon. Weil die Leute dauerhaft diese Textblase über ihrem Kopf haben. Allein, dass du einen Knopf drücken musst, um sie anzusprechen, ist eine Form von Interaktion. Und dadurch wirkt alles lebendiger. Das hat in Pokémon halt komplett gefehlt. Es macht so viel aus, einfach nur, dass man einen X-Knopf drücken muss. Das macht so viel aus. We still haven't caught wind of any terrorist activity, but it's too optimistic to hope they called off their plans in the face of our flawless security. With that we could be so lucky. Ich hoffe, ich habe jetzt nichts verpasst, weil wenn ich mit Dudley rede, geht's wahrscheinlich weiter und dann geht der Plot los. The infrastructure we set up in here allows us to consolidate and parse every bit of security data that flows in, just like that. Plus, while the terminals here are limited, we're still able to access the database at CPD headquarters. Should your need arise, We'll have detailed info on any suspicious characters available at our fingertips. Hat Julie nicht irgendwie schon vor Ewigkeiten geschrieben, Hallo zusammen? Warum schreibt ihr jetzt alle erst Hallo Julie? Ich war ja jetzt in allen Räumen, oder? Ach so, du hast eine E-Mail verschickt. Jetzt bist du wieder da. There you all are. Have you noticed anything amiss? No, not yet. That monitor over there gives you a security overview of the entire tower at once, right? Correct. We have access to every critical area of the building in real time. That includes the conference room, of course. Thankfully, this tower is equipped with the most advanced security systems on the continent. Numerous locations are beginning to incorporate video surveillance, as I recall from the IBC to Orbit stores. I've never seen such a large quantity of them in one place, however. How many there are is only half of it. The fact this technology even exists is amazing on its own. I wouldn't be surprised to see them used to survey areas around the city someday. The CGF's days might be numbered, Noel. I don't think it will ever be that simple. How widespread they become is going to depend on the public's approval. Car! Digression aside, they are a more than welcome convenience for this assignment. Without any leads on the terrorists' plans, all we can do is nip things in the butt for the moment. They strike whether right before or just after. That's why we have to keep our eyes sharp. We can't afford to overlook even the tiniest detail. If you come across anything suspicious, be sure to report it at once. Understood. Ich dachte, hier geht's weiter. Wahrscheinlich müssen wir wieder nach oben. Alright, that's one patrol down. Nothing unusual to report at the moment. Car? Yep. So far so good. We might as well make another loop around. Good plan. You know, I can't help but wonder if the conference is going smoothly. Me too. I know the mayor and speaker are doing their best, but that's tough. That's a tough room they've got in there. The Blood and Iron Chancellor and President Rocksmith present the greatest challenge. That they do. Want to ask someone how it's been going during the intermission? The same day, 3:05 p.m. The trade conference finally reached its halfway point. Before the intermission officially began, the heads of state held a brief press conference for the media. Schon wieder einer, der immer wieder dasselbe Foto macht. Meanwhile, Lloyd and the others took the opportunity to speak with Mr. Grimwood, das wollte ich nicht drücken, wie mache ich das wieder weg? Who started his break ahead of the others. That explains it. Things being as precarious as they can, the SSS was asked to assist with the security detail. Exactly. I'm not sure how much of a difference we really make in the grand scheme, though. We may only be additional peace of mind. Don't sell yourself short, my friend. You're the team that thwarted an assassination attempt on our previous mayor. It's reassuring to have you all here. That's kind of you to say. Yeah, thanks to the vote of confidence. How is the conference going, Mr. Grimwood? Things appear to be proceeding smoothly thus far. That's a fair assessment. Talks are slow but steady for now. The participating nations have already agreed to several trade deals. Mayor Croy's efforts are truly beginning to pay off for all of us. Thank goodness. Also scheinbar ist noch nicht der Punkt erreicht, wo die Unabhängigkeit von Crossbell deklariert wurde. Sonst wäre die Stimmung nicht mehr so gut. Die Stimme von dem geht voll auf den Kehlkopf. That puts my mind at ease. Car! Slow but steady for now, you say? Do you think things may get rocky in the second half? Oh? Is there something you're concerned about? Weiß schon davon. I hold the jurisdiction to tell you this as an observer on the sidelines. But the focal point of the first half of the conference centered on proposals that affect such fields as trading and finance. The second half, on the other hand, will be reserved for proposals from each of the various heads of states. That is undoubtedly when the topic of Crossbell's defenses will be addressed. But if they do that, it will only be a matter of time before foreign military presence enters the equation. But what about the non-aggression pact? It's only been 2 years since it was signed. Car! The Queen of Liberal did push the pact into being with Crossbell's best interests in mind. But technically 2 of the nations participating today never signed that pact. Remiferia and, well, Crossbell itself. In light of that, it's only inevitable that a new continental security framework will be discussed. Likely so. My grandfather shares your concerns and expectations both. Would drafting up a new pact and having Crossbell sign it this time not be the simplest solution? It has to be! They could model the framework after the non-aggression pact and prohibit military talks between all the nations. Car. Oh! I get it, Crossbell isn't technically a nation. The Empire and the Republic only recognize Crossbell as an autonomous state. It's as you say. Crossbell lacks the sovereignty to enter an international treaty. Economic arrangement alone are not grounds for the state to enter into a formal pact as its own entirety. That fine line we treat is precisely what puts the state of Crossbell in jeopardy. I'm sorta getting it, but this definitely isn't cut and dry. Excuse me, but I have something I would like to ask. Crossbell is not the only autonomous state on the continent. Le Mans, Oret, and Northumbria, for instance. Are those states also barred from entering into international treaties? No, they're not. It's true that each state has its own set of historical circumstances as to why they've remained states instead of forming nations. However, each has also been recognized by the major powers as independent with sovereignty of their own. So they have equal standing. Car! Exactly, they're treated very differently than Crossbell. Primarily because their sovereignty is recognized by the holy city of Ateria. Ah. The holy city of Ateria, as in the high seat of the Septian Church? Yes. As a city-state, Ateria's territory is small, but the church holds religious authority across the continent. Numerous autonomous states and free cities owe their establishment to the church's aid. Then you have Crossbell, whose autonomy was gifted to it by Erebonia and Calvert. That's how we're in the unique position of having 2 suzerain powers above us. And that has historically led to Crossbill being dragged into their conflicts time and time again. If Crossbill only had a modicum of sovereignty, we could work to improve the situation. Du musst sagen, du findest, die Spielreihe hat irgendwie zu viel echt trockene Politik-Talk. Ja, in Trails in the Sky waren die Dialoge auch noch am besten. Ich bin jetzt für die Politik auch nicht so der perfekte Ansprechpartner. Ich hatte auch gehofft, dass irgendwie noch was passiert jetzt. Also es wird noch was passieren. Aber wie die auf Politik eingehen, ist teilweise wirklich sehr detailliert. But if consent from both countries is what it will take for that to become a reality, then there's basically no hope. I wish I could disagree. Car! Put that way, it does seem bleak. Es ist halt bei Cold Steel auch so weit, dass, ja. Getting back to the topic at hand. I would expect the Chancellor and President to have their ideas regarding cross-bill security. Naturally, each country's terms for their respective proposals will differ vastly. Ich glaube aber, da war es gar nicht so extrem wie jetzt gerade hier. The Speaker and Mayor will have to be wary of what we stand to gain or lose. Apologies, my young friends, I'm sure you already have enough on your minds. Remember that Speaker McDowell is no stranger to matters such as these. I get the sense Mayor Croy still has some cards to play himself. You think he has a plan? What could it be? I don't know the particulars myself, nevertheless, it could be very well. Sorry, I should take this. Special spot section, Lloyd Banning speaking. Bannings, the press conference has concluded. The dignitaries are now headed to the 36th floor. Where are you? Oh, we're still in the break room on the 34th. Was there something you needed us to do? Yes, actually. We were contacted by both Chancellor Osborne and President Rocksmith. They each requested to speak with the SSS during the intermission. They what? Given who they are, I hope you understand we're in no position to turn them down. The SSS is to visit the both of them during the intermission. And that's an order. The President is staying in the furthest room of the West Wing corridor, while the Chancellor is in the furthest of the East. No, hold on a second. I get that I can't refuse, but why ask for us? This is a lot of pressure, Dudley. Don't be such a child, Bennings. This is an excellent opportunity to get some insight on what each side is after. You're right. Okay, we head there right away. Lean on McDowell if the going gets rough. She's the one on your team best suited to handling these situations. Report to me once you're finished. Understood. What was that about, Lloyd? You're getting real riled up there. What's going on, bud? Brace yourselves. Lloyd explained to the others that both Chancellor Osborne and President Rocksmith had requested a private audience with them. Excuse me? Car? You're joking. Not that I can discern. He seems entirely serious. This is certainly a surprise. The Special Support Section's name is more well known than I thought. 4 Einheiten Anatomie und 3 digitales Lernen. Was habe ich mir unter digitales Lernen vorzustellen? The special sports section's name is more well known than I thought. I don't know about that. I suspect it's because we're familiar with several members of the personnel. That's the only reason for their interest in us that I can think of. You might be onto something there. Regardless of the reason, there's no way we could possibly decline. Don't I know it? Don't I know it? Let's head up to the 36th floor. Dudley said their rooms are on the furthest ends of east and west wings. We don't want to keep them waiting. Roger. Yes, sir! Car, sir! So. Sollte ich jetzt auch nochmal die anderen Räume angucken. MS Teams, Elsevier und Moodle Einführung. Ich habe noch nichts davon gehört jemals. Wenn wir jetzt mit Dudley reden, meckert der uns dann an, wir sollen da hingehen? How are you and your man faring, Captain Grant? Just fine. Everyone's standing by on high alert. They're used to being ready for an emergency at any moment. I suppose they would be. That's reassuring to hear. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to go over our forces will be deployed for the second half of the conference. Achso, okay, der redet nur. Der beachtet uns gar nicht. Für Online-Unterricht und so. So. Hey there, Light and Company. How's security detail going? Peachy? For now, at least. What about you? Did you manage to get the scoop you were looking for? Oh, you know it. We've been doing pretty well for ourselves so far. Speaking of which, I might end up writing a genuinely positive article for once. All I need now is some material with a little more zing to it. Something the public would eat right up. I'm sure you already know this. But please don't go off sneaking off someplace you're not supposed to. Our jobs are tough enough as it is. I won't. I was going to make Reigns do the... Listen. I promise I won't break any rules, okay? See? No fingers crossed or anything. So come on. Don't worry about it. Hast du jetzt ein Eis als Belohnung geholt? Dann guten Appetit. I'm more worried now than ever now. As am I. How many times must I tell you the press isn't allowed past here? It's still intermission though. It's still intermission though, right? Can't you just, look the other way? We promise we only want to take a few photos. They won't even know we're there. That's right. I can't go back to Grace empty-handed. Please let us through. Persistent as ever. Good luck trying to get a reporter there. Reporter where they can and can't go. Well, as long as no one is trying to physically force their way through, they're not breaking any rules. I guess so. This is just all part of being a member of the press, right? Car! Either way, we may as well give up any hope of using the elevators right now. Das ist vor allem so dumm. Die könnten doch einfach hier die Treppe benutzen, wo keiner davor steht. Hier steht halt wirklich keiner und bewacht das. Die könnten einfach da lang gehen, aber die drängeln sich alle da bei dem Fahrstuhl hin. Die sind alle einfach nur zu faul zum Treppenlaufen. Is that Arios and Kilika? I believe so. What could they be talking about? Nearly a year has gone by since you left the guild. Are you adjusting well to your new job? More or less. Though the workload is so much heavier, it doesn't even begin to compare. So I imagine. And how has Shizuku been? As cheerful as ever, though sometimes I feel as though she's a bit too accommodating for a child her age. She was recently blessed with a wonderful friend as well. I've noticed that she smiles more often since then. That's good to hear. It's already been half a decade since Saya's passing, hasn't it? Not to mention 6 years since your first meeting. That's right. 6 years. You were wandering the continent when you came across Saya in Crossbow City by chance. As I remember it, she insisted you stay with her family while you were in town, no matter how much you tried to refuse. Imagine my surprise when I saw you working for the Bracer Guild in Liberal 3 years later. Das heißt, Kilika hat nur 3 Jahre da gearbeitet? The goddess works in mysterious ways. You never quite know what threads will end up tying people together. I'll never forget the hospital to the two of you showed me back then. Also solche Gespräche sind mir viel lieber als dieses Politikzeug. My only regret is that I was unable to return the favor to her. There's no need to dwell. The fact that you remember it to this day would be more than enough for Saya. Sounds like those two knew each other before they met through the guild. Eventually so, but I feel like it would be rude to listen in any further. I agree, we should leave before we interrupt them. Ist auch interessanter zum Zuhören, ja, wenn es um was Emotionales geht. Kann ich jetzt trotzdem da noch weiter zuhören? I just remembered, Estelle and Joshua wanted to see you when you came earlier in the year. They were disappointed to miss you when they heard you and Lynn had lunch together during the anniversary festival. Were they? It wasn't my intention to give them the cold shoulder. Weil es da um Personen geht und nicht um Strategien von Staaten, ja. If time had permitted, I would have been more than happy to do a little catching up. That being said, I have heard plenty about their achievement while they were here in Crossbow. It's amazing to think those are the same two rookies who came through the doors of Tsai's branch 2 years ago. Indeed, they were invaluable to us during their stay. I should have expected as much from a pair that was raised by Cassius. I look forward to seeing how they continue to grow. That's right, Kilika used to be a Bracer Guild receptionist in Liberal. That explains how she knows Estelle and Joshua. It's a small world, as they say. People often have fewer degrees of separation between them than you'd expect. Kann ich da noch weiter zuhören? Incidentally, I've heard that you've been keeping in contact with Zin. You could say that. Though we rarely get the chance to meet anymore, our positions being what they are. That's enough eavesdropping for one day. We should move along. Okay. Jetzt können wir nicht mehr weiter zuhören. Hier scheint niemand zu sein, der wichtig ist. Wir könnten Tower nochmal ansprechen. Hello? Angie? Yeah, we're in the middle of an intermission. Oh, that's right. Class 7 is at Guerrilla Fortress right now. I'm a little worried about what the Imperial Liberation Front is up to, but they should be fine as long as Crow's with them. Ja, genau. I keep an eye out on my end, so you should be sure to do the same. Huh? That's not like any augment I've ever seen before. It must have been co-developed by the foundation of the Reinford company. Whatever it is that girl was talking about, though. She seemed pretty on top of it all. Not just anyone can do that sort of thing. Huh? Ah, it seems the elevator has arrived. How about that? Please after you. Oh, I couldn't. You go on ahead. It's quite alright, I promise you. I am in no particular hurry. No, I insist. You were here first. What's up, Lloyd? Take a look at those two soldiers by the elevator. They appear to be trying to compromise on who rides the elevator first. This is kind of painful to watch. Car! Look at them go, like an awkward couple on a first date to the anniversary festival. We can forgo using the elevator for now, if only to spare us the emotional turmoil. Yeah, good call. Okay. Wir können den Fahrstuhl nicht benutzen, weil da zwei davor stehen und sagen, nein, du gehst jetzt zuerst rein. Du warst vor mir da, geh du zuerst rein. Heißt es nicht, wenn zwei sich streiten, freut sich der Dritte, könnten wir dann nicht einfach reingehen? So rein theopraktisch. Achso, wir hätten noch einen hochgemusst. Ist auch so ein Pokémon-Rund. Du darfst nicht weiter, bis ich meinen Kaffee bekommen habe. Stimmt, die beiden kennen sich ja auch. I see. And that's when you ran into Lucy. Yep. I was only in Remiferia on business too. Guess she caught wind. Oder weil da Entons rumstehen und sich den Kopf halten. Ich meine, andere Pokémon kann man einfach besiegen, aber diese Entons nicht. I tried to run, but she caught me. Yeesh, I must be losing my touch. Can you even guess how many bonks over the head she gave me? Not a one. She hugged you instead with tears in her eyes, didn't she? Dang it. I can tell exactly how Lucy feels, you know? She's probably well aware of just how dangerous your day-to-day is. I'm sure she's been worried sick. Man, a woman's intuition is no joke. Make my spine tingle. I never do know how to handle them. Okay, willkommen zurück, Charlene. Maybe, but you brought it upon yourself. This really does take me back. It's been so long since I've seen Leo too. I'd love for all of us to have a reunion. Es geht da um ihre Schulzeit, ne? Wait, the long face lector. Isn't this the part where you say, yeah, let's all have a bash at Michelin and party till we drop? Not a bad impression. No promises, but I'll see what I can do. Just don't hold your breath, alright? I know, but you won't be able to stop me from looking forward to it anyway. Now then, I should be going if you'll please excuse me. No prob, and hey, don't forget to say hi to Zeke for me. I still owe him a lot. I still owe him that salami. Damn, she's really come into her own. Was? Libel couldn't ask for a better crown princess. You guys think so too, right? Busted. Sorry, we didn't mean to eavesdrop. We didn't hear much, I assure you. Didn't you, Ellie? You seemed very invested in their relationship from where I was standing. Tio? Well, she ain't the only one. You and the princess sure seem close. What's the story here? I was her upperclassman back in school. Prep, I mean, not Sunday school. Janus Royal Academy, to be specific. Janus Royal Academy? That's one of Libel's most prestigious institutions, isn't it? That's right. It's not unheard for them to accept students from abroad, but... Did you study there on taxpayers' money, Car? Nah. Old man Gilead paid my tuition out of pocket. Well, it's about time I hit the old dusty trail myself. Oh, that reminds me. You got called in to talk with the head honchos, right? They're both real pains in the ass to deal with, so good luck in there. What? Naja, tschüss, Lecter. Could he be any more sketchy if he tried? Who'd have thought the next queen of Libel went to school with an imperial spy? Truth is stranger than fiction, as they say. Whatever the case, we can't forget that he's a subordinate of the Blood and Iron Chancellor. Ja, meist hat er auf dem Dach rumgelegen, Kyodai. As for what he's after personally, I think we have to figure that out for ourselves. So, 36th Floor. Da drin ist der Rocksmith-Präsident. Aber wir können hier erstmal noch gucken, was die anderen Dignitaries so machen. Hier ist zum Beispiel Chloe. May I ask you a question, Zeke? How do you suppose grandmother would have handled this if she'd been the one to come? You have a point. I suppose I can't help being the way I am. Oh, hello, SSS. Sorry if we're interrupting, Your Highness. It's nothing to concern yourself about. I was merely thinking aloud. To be honest, I'm glad you came to visit. Your Highness! Car! Are you also concerned over what may happen during the second half of the conference? Partially, yes, but I was actually reflecting on something a tad broader. As Crown Princess, I have a fair bit of knowledge when it comes to diplomatic negotiations. But to be a good negotiator takes many skills, insight, judgment, and objectivity, for instance. The first half of the conference made me painfully aware that I still have room for growth in those particular areas. So that's what's bothering you. Give yourself some credit. Knowing where you can improve is half the battle. That's right. And you're still only as old as Lloyd, Ellie, and myself, Your Highness. Car! You're an inspiration, if you ask me. Car! That's very kind of you to say. Still, being timid in a room like that is unavoidable at this stage in my career. But though the continent's troubles wait for no one, I nevertheless have to learn at my own pace and take everything in stride. That's a good approach. Just don't forget to cut loose and relax every now and then. Like now, for example. You only get one intermission. It would be a shame to waste it. Wazy, I swear to Eidios, if you're thinking of inviting her out for a drink, or worse, it's alright. It was never one for excessive formalities. The lack of it is quite relaxing, actually. Though, now that I think about it, perhaps nostalgic is a better word. When I'm around all of you, I feel as if I'm speaking with Estelle, Joshua, and the rest of our friends. I'm not sure we can really compare, Your Highness. Well, I'd have to disagree with you on that. Yes. Would any of you care for some tea? No, we couldn't possibly. As much as I would love to, we have somewhere else we need to be. My apologies. I should have anticipated that. I won't keep you any longer. Please be careful today, everyone. I wish you all the best. And rest assured that I'll be giving my very utmost during the second half of the conference. We'll be rooting for you, Your Highness. So. Here's der Präsident. We're done deliberating for now, but I'm just absolutely exhausted after facing both Osborne and Rocksmith at once. Oh no, now don't sell yourself short, Your Lordship. You've grown quite capable of commanding the room when needed. I'd say your predecessors would be proud of the way you handled yourself in there. It's been 5 years since I ascended to the throne. Ist immer schön, wenn man Leute anquatscht und wenn sie einem dann Tee anbieten, heißt es, man muss ja eigentlich woanders gerade sein. Ja, genau. Ich hab dich zwar angequatscht, aber ich habe eigentlich keine Zeit für dich. Remiferia's domestic order has finally been secured, but I've much to learn as a statesman. Ah, look who it is. Thank you again for all your help yesterday. Good afternoon, Special Support Section. Pardon our interruption. I did hear about your being added to today's security detail. We appreciate your service. It's my understanding that you once even saved Speaker McDowell's life. It would seem we're in good hands. I think you may be expecting a little too much from us. Not at all! I too find your presence here most reassuring. We'll need that peace of mind to properly navigate the second half of the conference. About that, do you expect the upcoming discussions to become problematic, Grandfather? I do. Unlike the first half, I suspect the faults of Crossmill State will be thrust into the spotlight one after another, to which the major powers will no doubt be as demanding as they've ever been. However, I'm also concerned about Dieter. During our latest diet session, he was rather enthusiastic about introducing some truly radical ideas. Such drive comes with youth, and I respect that. However, I worry about what direction it might take us today. Ist das nicht ein perfektes Sinnbild für die Politik der heutigen Zeit auch? Dass so ein alter Sack über einen aus unserer Sicht auch alten Sack darüber redet, dass das der Geist der Jugend ist. Ich würde jetzt Dieter Kreuz nicht als Jugend bezeichnen. Ich meine, der hat eine Tochter, die ist in unserem Alter ungefähr. Da würde ich eher noch die Tochter als Jugend bezeichnen. I hadn't thought about that that way, Car. Mr. Grimwood alluded to Mayor Croix having some kind of plan for the last half of the conference. I can't profess to know the details myself, but I'm certain he'll bring to the table sooner or later. And whether it turns out for good or for ill depends entirely on how the conference proceeds. Isn't that right, Speaker? Precisely. Speaker, it is imperative that I lend my utmost support to Mayor Kreuz during the trade conference. It's no simple duty to be sure, but I will do what I can to fulfill it. Of course. Best of luck, Grandfather. Ich schätze mal, wenn man so ein richtig alter Sack ist, sind für einen alle, die jünger sind als man selbst, die Jugend. Ja, irgendwie so, das sind alles Jungspunde. Aber ganz ehrlich, das ist halt so das Sinnbild der Politik. So ein richtig alter, verknitterter Sack redet darüber, dass die Jugend fixe Ideen hätte oder so. Und dann ist die Jugend so ein anderer alter Knacker, der vielleicht 20 Jahre oder 10 Jahre jünger ist als der alte Knacker davor. Und die richtige Jugend denkt über beide, ach, die sind immer noch beide total veraltet in ihrem Weltbild. Wait, the president's room is in the furthest one in the back is a west wing. We need to visit him before meeting with the chancellor. Warum müssen wir zuerst zu ihm? Wer hat das so bestimmt? We've been expecting you. You're the Crossbow Police Department Special Support Section, correct? Aber das war der Grund, warum wir die Aufzüge nicht benutzen können. Damit wir zuerst hier hingehen. We are. Is this the president's room? Yes, I've been instructed to let you pass. Please make your way inside. Thank you. Pardon us. I can't believe we're about to meet the president of one of the 2 largest nations on the continent. Car! You said it. Even I've got butterflies in my stomach. So ganz ohne Security. Excuse us, Mr. President. We were told you requested to meet with the special support section. Ah, thank you all for coming. But please, no need for all the pomp and circumstance. Go ahead and have a seat. Oh, sure. That's very kind of you, Mr. President. Willkommen auf meinem Jahrmarkt, genau. Ich frage mich gerade, hier saß eben ein einziger Typ, nämlich er in diesem Raum. Warum sind da so viele Sitzplätze? Ich meine, hier steht immer noch ein Sessel da an der Wand. Ne? Also hier. Also ihr seht den Mauszeiger nicht, weil der hier nicht mit aufgenommen wird. Und dann steht da noch so ein riesiges Sofa an der anderen Wand, wo nochmal 10 Leute drauf passen. My invitation must have come as quite a shock to you. I truly appreciate you taking the time out of our own business agendas for this. Though I imagine you must be very busy yourself. Der erwartet viel Besuch vielleicht. Ja, der holt den Jahrmarkt einfach zu sich. Oh, no, not at all. It's an honor to just be in your presence. You're Speaker McDowell's granddaughter, isn't that right? We met once before at a celebration of some sort, if I recall correctly. That's right. We first spoke back when I had the opportunity to visit Calvert with my grandfather. Er hat noch nicht so viel Sitzfläche, wie er eigentlich bräuchte. Eigentlich braucht er es so, dass er, egal wo er im Raum steht, sich jederzeit einfach hinsetzen kann. Genau. That was 2 years back. Der muss eigentlich so einen eingebauten Stuhl in seiner Hose haben. Ah, yes, now I remember. You know, I was surprised to hear your grandfather chose to take up the post of Speaker instead of seeking the re-election. I truly admire how passionate he still is at his age. He's a model statesman, if I may say so. I'm sure my grandfather would be flattered to hear that. Not to say change the subject, Mr. President, but what was it you called us here for? Dummes Lachen. Er hat Stuhl in der Hose. Nicht Stuhl in der Hose, einen Stuhl in die Hose mit eingebaut. So ein Ausfahrbar. Gab's das nicht irgendwo? Wo ich gerade dran denken muss. Hatte nicht irgendwo in der Serie mal einer so einen Stuhl erfunden, der an der Hose angebracht war? Und da war halt so ein Ständer dran und dann ist diese Hose kaputt gegangen. Diese Stuhlhose. Und dann hat sich dieser Stab, der die stabilisieren sollte, so in den Hintern gebohrt oder so. War das Community? Das muss ich jetzt googeln, wo das herkam. Stuhlhose. Nicht Stuhlhusse. Ja. Chair Pants. Das gab's scheinbar bei Silicon Valley, das kenne ich aber gar nicht. Chairpants klingt wie eine SpongeBob. Hä? Okay. Es war Community. Pierce hatte das vorgestellt und es war Chair Bench. Nicht Chair Bench, Trouser Bench. Das war in Staffel 3, Episode 11. Das war eins von Pierces Gadgets. Genau.
Great.
Ja, ich hab's gerade gefunden. Hier, das ist es, glaube ich. Ja, geil. Pack mir Werbung ins Bild.
Great. Another business venture down the toilet. No problem, I've still got plan C. Ladies and gentlemen, the trouser bench. For the man on the go who makes frequent stops. Will somebody please call all the ambulances?
Genau. Das war's. Das war's. Genau daran musste ich gerade denken. Als du geschrieben hast, der muss sich hinsetzen können, wo immer er gerade steht. So, Werbung vorbei. Wieso Werbung? Eigentlich sollte nur am Anfang Werbung kommen. Hi, Reaper Newland. Ah, well, truth be told, I've already heard about all, USSF fellows from Kilika. This year's Schwarze Auktion sounded like quite the affair, wouldn't you say? Frankly, former Speaker Hardman and I were never on the best terms. Selfish as it may seem, I've been eager to meet the group that tipped the first dominoes that led to his downfall. We're honored, sir. Yeah, but real talk, we didn't do much. Guy just couldn't stop shooting himself in the foot. Very true. He made his own bed the day he became involved with the cult. Ja, als die Pedo-Scheiße abgezogen hat. Ah yes, who could forget them? The DG cult, their treachery spread across the entire continent, but no nation was more affected than my own. I owe you my thanks for putting a stop to them once and for all. Ich glaube aber nicht, dass es mit diesem Kult schon vorbei ist. Sonst hätten wir ja kein zweites Spiel in dieser Arc. You're welcome, but really, we were only doing our jobs. Honestly, I'd say our contributions didn't really amount to much in the long run. Viel Spaß, AFK Tau. Wahaha! No need to be so humble, my boy. I heard things were rather dire. Even your guardian force was being manipulated. Yet in the face of it all, you still managed to quash the cold and keep that little girl safe. Great goddess in the sky, those are no small achievements to speak of. Wow, you flatter us, Mr. President. Truly, I'm not sure we deserve such high praise. Oh, but you do. Had Crossbill fallen to the cult, I don't know what would have become of us. If those dastardly villains took hold of the IBC, international trade and finance would have come to a screeching halt. And I'm sure you don't need me to tell you how severe the consequences of that would be for our economy. That's true. All the more reason I'd like to acknowledge your valor. I think the fitting thing to do would be to award you each a medal. Yes, that sounds perfect. I'll have the arrangement made as soon as I return to the Republic. No, you don't have to do that. Is it even appropriate for citizens of Crosspill to receive awards from the Republican government? Besides, we already got more recognition than I could handle from Granddad McDowell. Truly? I don't see any faux pas to be had about it all. Your troubles are our own as well. After all, the Republic does hold suzerainty over Crosspill. Da kommt's schon. Wem gehört Crosspill jetzt? Warte mal, bin ich überhaupt gerade... Ist der Stream noch da? Leute. Der Stream ist noch da. Weil mich wundert gerade, dass Taos Bims kurz AFK hier nicht angezeigt wird. Hier on-Stream. Deswegen dachte ich gerade, der Chat wäre wieder weg und deswegen der Stream auch oder so. Weil ich hab's hier bekommen bei mir, aber in dem Chatfenster da rechts ist es nicht angezeigt. Komisch. Mr. President. Wahaha! Now, keep your faces like that, and they'll stay that way. You received an invitation from our friend the Blood and Iron Chancellor too, did you not? I would be delighted to speak with you all more, but I think my turn is over. Hat erstaunlich wenig Politik-Talk jetzt an den Tag gelegt. And not to fear, I'll see to it that you receive those awards we spoke of. Keep an eye out for them, all of you. Der wirkt auf jeden Fall deutlich netter als der Blood and Iron Chancellor. Thank you for visiting. You can find Chancellor Osborne's room at the end of the opposite wing. Right, thanks. We appreciate your help. You're welcome. Farewell. He was something, wasn't he? Exactly what I'd expect from a major political figure. Capable of devilishly cunning. Could you at least wait until we're not standing in front of his room, Wazy? Car? To be fair, the president never made much of an effort to hide it. I doubt he was intentionally trying to place pressure on us, but that doesn't change the fact that he did. I think he was trying to keep up appearances more than anything. As Calvert's president, it would be good publicity to honor the ones who were credited with resolving the cult incident. Not to mention, he said that Crossbill's trouble are theirs as well, which reaffirms that he sees Calvert as Crossbill's rightful owners. Man, you'll tell me what was the whole reason he called us here. These big-shot leaders got egos as wide as their country's borders. Without a doubt, even Diet members from an autonomous state like this have nothing on them. We still have to speak with the Chancellor. What do you think he wants from us? Car! I couldn't say, but we're probably going to want to brace ourselves either way. So, jetzt können wir rübergehen. Wir können aber auch hier mit den anderen nochmal reden, ne? Ah, good to see you again, SSS. Did you have a status update to make? Nothing to report for now. What about the two of you? Have you learned anything? Unfortunately not. Things have been quiet thus far. We're exhausting every avenue on the Arbonian side of the things as well. But unfortunately neither the nobles nor the reformists are intent on giving us any leads to work with. That's unfortunate, Car. A big goose egg from both imperial factions then, huh? They seem like real peaches to deal with. Yesterday Prince Oliver mentioned the possibility of creating a third faction, didn't he? It's been on my mind ever since. If you wouldn't mind, Major, could you tell me more about his intentions? Ellie. Well, it's only natural you'd be curious. I'm not supposed to say much, but I don't think there'll be any harm in sharing a bit with the SSS. To put it metaphorically, you could say the prince is attempting to shatter some long-standing barriers. Barriers, huh? That's something we're all too familiar with. Basically, there are irreconcilable differences between the noble and reformist factions. But that won't stop him. He aims to have the two come to terms anyway, as absurd as that sounds. The prince is trying to get the reformist and noble factions to reconcile? I understand his starry-eyed idealism. Isn't the divide between the two sides as wide as Garrelia Canyon itself? Wazy, don't be so rude! Car! Ha, he's absolutely right. Gute Nacht, Julie. Still, the prince has committed himself to dancing toe-to-toe with a monster, despite how ludicrous it may appear. He's fully aware of what people call him behind his back. A showy, debaucherous bastard prince whose only concern is his leisurely wants. Let them talk. I've decided to stand by him regardless. I see. That is very admirable. The prince will always have an ally in Liberal, Major Miller. Just as Princess Claudia has stated. We may not always be able to intervene directly, but we'll assist you both in any way we can. Thank you, Senior Captain. I am truly grateful. The prince must truly be loved to have so many valuable allies. I don't know if I'd go that far, but there's no question that he has a certain effect on people. Mein Rücken tut weh. Still, the best thing that could happen today would be the trade conference ending without incident. That is the objective. Doch, der ist schon beliebt. Bei mir ist er beliebt, ja. We'll be counting for you on you if the situation calls for its special support section. Kann man jetzt den Aufzug benutzen? Jetzt ja. That must be the Chancellor's room. The intermissions will likely be over by the time we're done speaking with him. We should take care of anything else we need to do beforehand. Deswegen will ich auch erstmal hier rein. Da ist das. Ich dachte gerade, das ist Irina Reinford. Good afternoon, everyone. If you're looking for Mayor Kreuz, he's in Prince Oliver's room at the moment. Speaker McDowell, on the other hand, is in Prince Albert's room in the West Wing. There should be no issue with you dropping in to visit either of them, if you would like. Ich wollte Prince Oliver sowieso besuchen. Hier sitzen sie, die beiden. I see. We share the same hopes for the bright men and women that will one day lead our people. Ist das Essen nicht längst kalt? Ja, ist es. Indeed. What's truly special about them is their hearts and minds. So pure yet fertile, like a garden basking in the morning glow. That's why more of... good afternoon, Special Support Section. Care to join in on our chat? Sure, if we are not interrupting, that is. What were the two of you discussing? His Highness here happens to be on the board of directors for a prestigious military academy in Erebonia. We were just discussing the finer details of his duties. The board of directors? Those would be the individuals responsible for how the school is operated, correct? Damn, that's one hell of a side gig. It's just another one of my many schemes to get my name out there is all. I think the mayor here has contributed far more than I have. You're involved too, Mayor Kreuz? Car? He simply meant as a business partner. The IBC is the Epstein Foundation's benefactor, and it just so happens that the foundation is part of a major test being held by the Academy. Really? I had no idea. That does remind me, I've heard that orbital network tests have also begun in the Empire. No surprise, the continent's large bank has clout in every country in some form or another. Quite right, I dare say our little talk today was preordained by the goddess herself. What do you say to being a guest lecturer at the Academy one day, if the opportunity arises? Though I'll have to warn you that faculty-student relationships are strictly prohibited. Die Erfahrung hat selber gemacht, ne? The way you say that almost makes it sound like you're encouraging it. An amusing fellow like yourself must be quite popular, Prince Olivert. I may just have to steal you away for a night of drinks once this is all over. Vielleicht auch mehr als Drinks. But I'd love nothing more, my friend. We'll have a rousing good time, you and me. It looks like His Highness and Uncle Dieter have really hit it off. I'll say, I guess they have more in common than I realized. Die Olive ist sowieso der beste Charakter. Sollte ich jetzt nochmal zurück in einen der anderen Flure gehen? Gibt's noch irgendwas, was ich bis jetzt übersehen habe? Bevor ich jetzt den Point of No Return überschreite. Kyodai. Bin irgendwie gerade aus dem Spiel rausgegangen, aus Versehen. Da bist du selbst nicht sicher. Bist du nochmal zurückgegangen in die anderen Stockwerke? Mal gucken, stehen die immer noch davor und streiten sich? Nee. So, nee. Okay, hier hört man auch nichts Neues mehr. Das Ding ist, dass Lecter ja auch irgendwo hingegangen sein muss. Lecterra Rumble muss irgendwo sein. Achso, jetzt bin ich wieder hier. Ich wollte ja gar nicht hier hin. Ich wollte ein Stockwerk weiter runter. Irgendwo muss der ja auch hingegangen sein. Hier im Pausenraum vielleicht. Tatsächlich, hier sind die jetzt zu dritt. Aha. So, you're a coffee connoisseur too, Grizzly Grim? You and the Chancellor would get along just fine. Oh, I take it as an Excellency often enjoys a good cup himself then. Yep. He likes it how he likes it his despair. Was? He likes it how he likes his despair. Black as ink on a moonless evening. He loves the stuff. I don't think I've ever seen him blink in all the years I've known him. Is that so? Well, that explains how he manages to keep his eye on the ball all the time. The Chancellor and caffeine sound like a very intense combination. Like his despair. Jetzt sind wir in Danganronpa, ja genau. Wir hatten auch schon Give It Everything You've Got. As dark and bitter as he likes his coffee. Okay, sonst gibt's glaube ich nichts Neues, ne? Hier stehen immer noch die gleichen Leute rum. Na dann. It goes los. Das Gespräch mit dem Chancellor. You're the SSS, correct? From the Crossbow Police. So, ich esse jetzt hier das Essen noch auf. Das ist nur noch das eine Ding. Irgendwann sehen wir eine Fusselrolle. Mhm. Mit der man hinter sich sauber machen soll. His Excellency is expecting you inside. Don't keep him waiting. Right. Pardon us. He practically exudes arrogance. Ja, bestimmt seine Vorbereitung. Ja, die Hinterlassenschaften seiner Vorbereitungen entfernt man dann. Diese ganzen Insider, die habe ich gar nicht mehr im Kopf gehabt. classic Imperial army, overbearing as all Gehenna. Excuse us, Chancellor Osborne. We've received word that you wish to speak with the Special Support Section. Du kennst die alle noch, lol. Das ist so lange her, dass wir das aufgenommen haben. Er hat ja Handiwork von Hifumi gelernt. Stimmt. Genau. Twashwoom. Do come in. Magnificent view, isn't it? It's fascinating to think that mankind built a structure like this to look down on the world below. These walls in which we stand are proof that we finally attained the glory and the ancient civilization once held. Oops. Sorry. So they are. Are you referring to the ancient Lemurians from over 1,200 years ago? Everything they've had about them makes it sound like they more or less had magic at their fingertips. Theirs wasn't necessarily a utopia, mind you. During last year's Libel incident, a large floating city appeared over the kingdom. That city was constructed before the Great Collapse, yet was sealed away by human hands. It was a symbol of mankind's potential, as well as its hubris. Hey Makoto, riech mal an meinem Finger. Na, nach was riecht er? Nach Scheiße! Our potential and hubris? You seem to be a very well-informed man. Oh, I wouldn't say I know everything. As far as Crossbill is concerned, I have discovered nearly as much as that priest Joachim Günther did. How do you... It's what we don't know that lends weight of the affairs of the world. If you had everything in the palm of your hand, life as we live it would be helplessly mundane. Don't you agree, Wazy Hemisphere? Oh, so you know of me? Bin gespannt auf den ganzen Bullshit, der kommt, wenn wir Dragon Ball 2 spielen. Ja, wenn dieses Kapitel hier durch ist, von Azure, kommt ja als nächstes wieder ein Tempel bei Zelda. Und sobald Zelda dann durch ist, habe ich mir vorgenommen, mit Zero zuerst in einen alten Machtteil, den wir schon angefangen hatten, zu Ende zu bringen. Und dann geht's danach aber mit Dings weiter, mit Danganronpa. Or do you? I get the sense my name is the only dirty little secret of mine you've uncovered. That would simply mean that you have none worthy of capturing my attention. No, my interests lie far more in the realm of the War God, more specifically his successor. Yeah? The Imperial Intelligence Division. Their ability to gather information is second to none. Wir haben übrigens Danganronpa 2 vor Ewigkeiten schon mal angefangen aufzunehmen. Ich weiß nur, dass wir uns an einer Stelle übelst schlapp gelacht hatten und deswegen werden diese Aufnahmen wahrscheinlich den ersten Part dann markieren. Das heißt, wir werden diese Aufnahmen nicht wegschmeißen, sondern werden diese Aufnahmen veröffentlichen. Und dann ab da weitermachen. Deswegen wäre es halt ganz gut, wenn die Leute sich dann das vorher angucken würden. Where are my manners? I am Gileath Osborne, representative of the Erebonian Empire. I've heard much about you from Lecter. Care to join me for a friendly chat before the intermission ends? Nee, ich glaube nicht, dass du weißt, welche Stelle, wo wir uns gelacht haben. Weil es ging nicht um was Leute gesagt haben. Uns ist einfach nur was aufgefallen irgendwie. Bei einem Bild. Irgendwie, beziehungsweise an der Qualität des Bildes ist uns was aufgefallen. Well then, Chancellor, what is it you wanted to discuss with us? You already seem all too aware of everything that's happening right now. No need to overthink it. This is nothing more than a civil conversation. There is something I would like to hear your opinions on, however. Our opinions? Car? Warum hat die Musik aufgehört? Yes, I'll be frank. How long do you think your precious crossbill will last? Darum. Also ich kenne ja, Danganronpa 2 schon. Ne? Tahu ist derjenige, der die nicht kennt. Bit of a loaded question, isn't it? On the contrary, I bear no ill intentions. History tells us that no political entity can last in perpetuity. And that's discounting the Orbital Revolution, which has accelerated all aspects of the contemporary world. How much longer can a land as contested as Crossbill withstand the coming turbulence of this era? I'm not sure. Forever! Car! As long as there are citizens in the state who have the will to protect it. Car! Well, true. Little matters more than having a solid will, a resolve, one might say. There are rare instances in time when trends are bucked and the course of history itself is changed. The people are never truly powerless. I don't doubt the potential their resolve can hold. Then you agree, Car? But consider this. What happens when two opposing resolves clash? It's simple. The lesser of the two would be engulfed, fanning the flames of upheaval hotter still. Redet gerade über sein eigenes Land? Now suppose these hellborn fires were to emerge again and again across the land. The integrity of morality itself would be smelted in the searing heat until the world itself was ablaze. Such a phenomenon would surely be easy for you to imagine, would it not? I can understand how Crossbill's resolve might seem lesser compared to that of the Empire or the Republic. But even a small flame is capable of burning bright. It's not a foregone conclusion that the larger will engulf it. Just as it wasn't when Libel repelled the Imperial army. Ah! That's right, it was 12 years ago, during the 100 Days' War. Well played. Resolve is ultimately a question of tenacity. Libel was small but tenacious. It overcame the shambolic effort of the Empire put forward. There is much Crossbill could stand to glean from that moment in time. However, I remain unconvinced that Crossbellans hold the same pride and conviction that the people of Libel do. I'll leave things at that. Our intermission is coming to a close. It almost slipped my mind. Don't expect any medals from the imperial government. The nobility grows even more irksome when awards are given to commoners. Also ist so ziemlich genau das Gegenteil von dem anderen. Der Rocksmith-Typ hat eher so Zuckerbrot und er ist die Peitsche hier. Consider yourselves fortunate. I rarely see His Excellence in such an agreeable mood. What? Seriously? Is that what you call it? He seems to have taken a liking to you. I understand that it may be a tough pill to swallow, but I'd suggest you accept what he had to say. Though perhaps it isn't my place to tell you that, given my position. Also beide Seiten haben uns also quasi gesagt, dass unser Land nicht länger unser Land bleiben wird. That was horrible. The man's is a damn monster. Either way, we can't let it get to us. We have to take his perspective at face value. Hey Tio, you okay? Yes, I'll be fine. The imagery he invoked was a little too vivid. I got lightheaded was all. I can't blame you. Even I could feel those flames he kept talking about breathing down my neck. Car! Calling the Blood and Iron Chancellor a monster is putting things lightly. He believes he holds the whole of Crossbow in the palm of his hand. Maybe, but I'm not sure he called us here to torment us, believe it or not. The same goes for President Rocksmith. I think the interest they've taken in us is genuine, for better or worse. Let's just take it for what it's been, a learning experience. That's one way to look at it. I think we could all take a page out of your book once in a while. No kidding, leave it to Lloyd to make a near-empty glass half full. But he's right. There's no way we can let this slow us down, Car! Of course not. What we should do instead is have it propel us forward. In any case, that's just about used up the rest of the intermission. Let's head back to Dudley and report on how both of our meetings went. The same day. Just as Mr. Grimwood had predicted, the discourse became more turbulent in the second half of the conference. Chancellor Osborne and President Rocksmith continued to raise question after biting question, each one aimed at Crossbill's security and future. As the conversation wore on, the looks on Mayor Croix and Speaker McDowell's faces became even more sullen and stern. The heart of the problem is that a lone cult was able to cause so much public disorder in a single night, no less. Moreover, half of Crossbill's state guard fell under their control, quite literally at that. Such a failure of security is unprecedented. Be that as it may, I was under the impression that we had already covered this in full detail. The details are not what is in question. It is the quality of your state's crisis management that so concerns us. You cannot deny the extent to which that incident endangered the lives and property of Imperial citizens in your borders. What do you have to say to that? Now hold on just a moment, Chancellor. Reparations and redresses in the wake of the cult incident have already been administered. Demanding further mirror on top of that will only serve to cast Elobonia in most unfavorable light. Willkommen zurück, Tahu. Monetary compensation is not the issue either, Your Highness. The Crossbow state government has still yet to answer how it can comprehensively guarantee its security. There is a need to protect the lives, property, and economic interests of all those in and tied to Crossbill. Can such protection truly be assured from a state constantly mired in political gridlock? A state so susceptible to top-down corruption? Pardon me, but I'd heard former Speaker Hartman was immediately removed from office upon his corruption coming to light. Crossbill's political system has proven perfectly capable of self-correction. Would a new security framework not suffice? I must disagree, your lordship. Surely you don't believe it would be that easy? Crossbill's political foundation is prone to corruption by nature. I, of course, acknowledge that Mayor Croix and Speaker McDowell have been nothing less than outstanding statesmen, but what will happen to Crossbill when they are gone? How quickly would things regress their leadership? I apologize for my cynicism here, but corruption and government have long been inalienable. This is true not only for Crossbill, but for my own kingdom as well. Taking that into consideration, would it not be best for us to observe whether the Speaker and Mayor can bring about political reform during their terms? Pardon me for saying so, Your Highness, but I believe that is rather naive of you. I understand why you would be hopeful. However, the state of Crossbill cannot be so easily compared to a monarchy such as Libel. Undermining the political system of a land that has no central or traditional authority is a simple feat. History has proven that time and time again. That may be true, but if I may, my native Calvert is founded upon our honorable Republic Charter in lieu of a monarchy. It was an impressive undertaking by various powers and groups that gathered after our revolution 100 years ago. With that charter in place, our country knows our system can survive with dignity, even if it too may at times be stricken with corruption. So you say that it is not as though our autonomous state law isn't without its own pride and honor. I'll concede that in our state's young history, imperfections in its design have come to light. But so too is it indisputable that we have been improving upon it slowly but surely. Mr. Grimwood, may I ask how many additional laws and amendments have been passed by Crossbill's government in the last 10 years? But of course, while I don't have the exact figure in front of me, I would estimate 50 in total. Only 50 in 10 years? Why? How can that be? That's an average of just 5 a year. Perhaps, though the rate has been trending upward in recent times. There were 12 laws passed last year, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, though admittedly, many of those were merely addendums to existing financial and orbital network provisions. Ja, es ist hier gerade wirklich sehr viel Politik, aber was hat man erwartet, ne? Es ist immerhin ja die Trade Conference. Regardless, I think it's clear that we cannot assume a meaningful new security framework would be so promptly implemented. As I suspected, it would be wiser to seek alternative solutions in the interim. I agree wholeheartedly. My, I hadn't realized the two of you had become such close bedfellows. Perhaps you'd care to settle the territorial dispute over the North Highland as well, while you're at it? Point well taken, Your Highness. Well, we'll have to leave discussing that matter for another day. Time is growing short, gentlemen. I'd advise we move on to another point of discussion. Very well then. As proposed by His Excellency, let us now review... Wann kommt jetzt die Declaration of Independence? This is bad. It's exactly what Mr. Grimm would want us would happen. The Blood and Iron Chancellor and President Rocksmith are going knives out on Crossbill as we speak. Is there nothing the mayor or speaker can say in objection? Unfortunately, it's as they stated, Crossbill in state law has more than a few structural flaws. That's what makes it so difficult for my grandfather and Uncle Dieter to deny what they are saying. Maybe, but the major powers themselves were the ones who built those flaws into Crossbill during its founding 70 years ago. They have no right to use that against us to force their own agenda. They scripted things to go down like this from the very beginning. As I've told you before, the discussion of the conference itself has nothing to do with us. Keep your heads on straight and see to it that we make it through the rest of the day. Right, sorry about that. Should we begin another patrol? In that case... First Division, this is Dudley. Emma, has something... What? What's going on? There must have been an incident. Jetzt wird's endlich wieder spannend. The Red Constellation and Eiyuu are both on the move. They've already shaken off our surveillance. No way. Are you serious? Settle down. This is nothing we weren't prepared for. Stay alert. I'll keep you posted if there are any further developments. Shit's about to go down, ja. Sehen wir jetzt Gideon eigentlich? Weil es hieß ja in Trails of Cold Steel, dass Gideon hier gestorben wäre. Jetzt kommt der Anfang von Trails of Cold Steel, ja. Nur aus der anderen Perspektive. Stay alert. I'll keep you posted if there are any further developments. Understood. Yes, that's right. We should begin to mobilizing our officers in reserve. Damn. So this is really gonna go down, huh? What the hell are they planning? Randy. Try to keep your cool, Randy. We know the Red Constellation wouldn't try to pull something here at the conference. Right. The brunt of the police force is protecting the entrance of the building. You don't suppose they're about to pick a fight with each other now, of all times, do you? Car! Everything we've managed to figure out so far says that's unlikely. I beg your pardon! What's going on down there? Grandfather? Your Excellency, may I ask to repeat yourself? I'm praying with every fiber of my being that I simply misheard you. I'm gladly to say it as many times as you require. Disband the Crossbill Guardian Force. Then in its place station security forces from abroad permanently within the state. That is the most logical course of action. Please, wait a moment. Surely you aren't forgetting the terms of the Non-Aggression Pact, Chancellor Osborne? Perish the thought! We agreed not to use force to dissolve disputes in or over Crossbill. This, however, is not an attempt at invasion. I merely state the obvious, a useless pseudo-military that loses control and threatens its own people's lives is better off dissolved. In practice, the Crossbill Guardian Force is inconsequential when placed before the Imperial or even Republican armies. The CGF's armored cars may as well be made of paper compared to a true tank. To say nothing of the drain on Crossbill and Mira they caused them to maintain, leave matters of state security to foreign military forces. That is the best and most cost-efficient solution for a mere autonomous territory. I would consider that far too radical an option. And just how would you propose these foreign military forces to be designated? Do you, the Chancellor of Erebonia, plan on nominating the Imperial Army? That would be rather tone-deaf, historically speaking. I don't recall saying anything of the sort. But now that you bring it up, I am willing to forgive Crossbell's past transgressions and offer the Imperial Army's aid if necessary. It's a small price to pay for the sake of peace in Western Zamuria, don't you say? Gah. Settle down, everyone. There's no reason to get so worked up. I agree the Chancellor's proposal is a bit, shall we say, drastic. I do, however, share his opinion that the CGF leaves much to be desired. It is wholly inadequate when it comes to state security. Oh, what would you propose then? This is only a suggestion, but I would advise a mass reduction of the Guardian Force's numbers to start. In exchange, Calvert can assume responsibility for Tangram Gate, while Erebonia does the same for Belgard Gate. That way either army would be able to respond to emergencies statewide, whether they occur here in Crossbell City or otherwise. Also genau das, was Crossbell nicht will, dass die anderen Länder sich einmischen. That's hardly an improvement, Mr. President. Even so, it is worth consideration. You're an impressive man, President Rocksmith. You managed to be an excellent statesman and leader, all while fending off staunch political oppositions. Not compared to you, Chancellor. You're reforming an entire empire while suppressing the influence of disgruntled nobles. This can't be happening. I've heard enough. Might I remind you that there are more than 2 countries participating in this conference? Pardon me, Your Highness. The President and I may have gotten a bit sidetracked now that our discussion has progressed thus far. Would you two mind giving us your opinions on the idea? This is terrible! Car! Absurd is more like it. Take some serious balls to spout any of this with a straight face. I hate to say it, but it's not as though their proposals don't have any basis. Still, I was hoping things wouldn't come to this. At this point, all we can do is hope the Speaker and Mayor can stand their ground. Schon eine beschissene Lage zwischen 2 Großmächten eingequetscht zu sein, ja. Now of all times. It could be Dudley. Banning's here. Hey, it's Sergei. Chief Sergei, what's going on? No time, I'll keep it short. Sonya's just called me. The anti-aircraft radars installed near Tangram and Belgard Gate were destroyed. The same ones being used to detect any potential invading ships in cross-Bellon airspace. What? She suspects that it was the work of the terrorists. I've already filled Dudley in. As for you guys, be careful and get ready. Roger that. What's wrong? Is it my uncle and the others? No, not them. It was... Please, everyone, may I have your attention? Die Terroristen. Regarding your concerns over Crossbell's domestic security, I would like to offer my own suggestion. Oh. I thought that you'd be staying a little too quiet. Let's hear it! What do you propose? Thank you. I was thinking. Everyone, get down! What? Airships? Jetzt ist Shit about to go down. Aber die Leute, zu denen Arias gesagt hat, get down, gehen nicht down. Ideas preserve us. Is it the terrorists? How did they even get here? Be at ease, everyone. These windows are bulletproof tempered glass. But to be safe, I must urge that you all back away from the window. Your Highness, are you alright? Yes, I'm fine. Those airships just now, one of them was a high-speed Rheinfort model. Yes, I'm sure of it. Ja. Das ist dann die Imperial Liberation Front, ne? In Naruto gab es die Situation auch und da wurden die Leute in dem Land zwischen den Großmächten völlig zerfegt. Du meinst, die wurden besiegt? The other was a Verne Company military gunship. Right. This aligns with the reports we received that one had been stolen. Is everyone alright? Yes, thanks to goodness. The goddess? Nein, dank dem Glas, das nicht kaputt geht. But where did those fiends go? Good, you should be able to hear me now. Attention, conference attendees. Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are the Imperial Liberation Front. And we represent the we represent the anti-immigration faction seeking to protect the traditions and sanctity of our beloved Calvert. I don't believe it. Two terrorist groups menacing the Empire and the Republic. Our causes have seen fit to form an alliance such that we may topple the respective blights that plague us. Prepare yourselves, Blood and Iron Chancellor Gilead Osborne. President Rocksmith, today you'll meet your end. To protect the time-worn heritage of our Calvert from the despicables of the East, we will stop at nothing. This is preposterous. Huh, utter drivel. Yeah, but this ain't looking too good. Here they come! Aber die Situation hier ist ja noch ein bisschen mehr noch komplizierter, als dass die einfach nur zwischen diesen beiden Nationen eingeklemmt sind. Jetzt werden die ja zusätzlich auch noch Schauplatz von einem Terroranschlag von diesen Nationen, die jeweils auf ihre eigenen Staatshäupter angesetzt sind. They headed straight for us? Damn it. So this is what those blueprints were for. But never mind. Contact the CGF units on standby and have them... What? What the... Es hieß ja, die Tore wurden von außen einfach verriegelt. Why did it just close? What in the world is going on here? Not good. The button isn't responding. Yeah, what in Eiyuu's name is going on? Hey, how's a girl supposed to chase a headline like this, huh? Do something, Reigns. What do you expect me to do?
Was ist denn hier los?
This is far from ideal. Orcus Tower security system must be under their control. This is likely the work of the hacker from yesterday. Let's move, everyone. Head to the 35th floor. We have to protect the dignitaries. Roger that, car! Chances are the elevator's out. We're gonna have to head for the emergency stairs. Tja, die sind zu. What? But it was open just a moment ago. Car! Tio, can you work your magic? Well, I'll do what I can. Tio connected an orbital cable to the shutter's control panel. This is trickier than I expected, but it's nothing I can't handle. It opened! Tio Todd comes in clutch yet again. Hardly. The security lock on this gate wasn't particularly complex. Though now it's been breached, the security on the other exits will likely be heightened. I may not be able to do this for all of them. Sounds like this security system has more than a few aces up its sleeves. Worry about that later. We've come to move. Now! Smoke out the Chancellor! You'll have to get through me first! The divine blade of wind! Hold your ground, attack in waves! We're here to help! You three, fall back! We're in your debt. Müller-Vander! A guardian of the Arna family? And the Liberian Royal Guard? It doesn't matter, take them down! Look at that! Show-offs! I think we can leave that group to them. Oh, hey guys. Lecter. Are the dignitaries alright? Yeah, for now anyway. Save the talking for later. They're coming from behind too. What? Reinforcements. Something's coming this way. Archaisms. Natürlich ist die Dings mit inbegriffen, die Society. What are those? Car! Ist das nicht auch so ein Meme? What are those? Yeah, just like the ones we fought at the Mafia hideout. Never mind that, suppress them. Können die Dinger überhaupt schlafen? Ich meine, das sind Maschinen. Bis jetzt haben sie aber noch nicht viel gemacht, außer auf Tio einmal zu schießen. Okay, die brennt. Oh nein, das hat... Okay, solange es nicht trifft, ist gut. Aber ich meine, das hätte irgendwelche Statusveränderungen gemacht. Deswegen sollte der mal sofort weg. Na, hör auf mit Donkey. Ich weiß nicht mehr, was es gemacht hat. Ich glaube, Verwirrung oder so. Ja, gleich sind beide weg. No need for concern. Die hatten alle eine Wasserschwäche, okay. Oh, Force Reach Level 3. Stärke ist krass angestiegen jetzt. Raise Strength when... Raise Strength when HP is low. Tja, so they have archaisms too. They likely came in from the roof. Ich habe gerade einfach meinen Arm auf die Maus abgelegt. Aren't those things made by the society though? The terrorists would have acquired them from the black market, or perhaps... What's it matter? Look over there, the chaosms weren't the only ones stopped in their tracks. You're all monsters! There's no other choice. Engage Plan B. A stun grenade? Get back! Tch, it's closed. Getting through by force would be a tall order. Everyone! I was wondering where you were. Nice job pushing them back with their tails between their legs. Maybe, but you're going to escape at this. They're going to escape at this rate. Can you get it open, Tio? I don't know for sure, but I can try. It's like I feared. The security level has been increased to maximum protection. I'm unable to bypass it on a portable terminal, even if I use the Aeon system. Not good. Talk to me. Yes, we managed to hold out. Unfortunately, they... What? They're taking the elevator to the basement? Right this second? To the basement, car? They didn't go back up to their airships on the roof? Stop and think about why they wouldn't. They could be trying to detonate all the bombs they placed on board of those ships. What? You might be right, if that's the case. Ja, aber gab's nicht auch irgendwie eine direkte Verbindung zur Bank? Then they're aiming to bury the Chancellor and President with the building itself. It's no surprise terrorists would go to such length. Those fools! Well, this is a pickle. Das ist eine Gewürzgurke. Tuh, there's no way around it. We have to get through this shutter, even if it's by brute force. Wait. We may not have to resort to that after all. What? Well, well, look who it is. Jonah! You're the spitwad who trashed my place! I'll get you for that! You'll rue the day you crossed Jonah's sacred... Feisty, aren't you? Please! Release the controls to the tower at once. Oh boy! I guess you got me cornered. Fine, fine. This was just a little time killer anyway. I've had my fun. Good luck, boys and girls. Do your best to not bite the big one. What the? Ignore him. Focus on getting the tower back under control. Jonah, did he come back too? So it would seem he must have taken today's flight from Le Mans. Done. Now restoring tower control systems. You did it! Can we use the elevators too? Yes. Disengage the locks. However, we have no control over the one the terrorists are using. In that case, I'll head to the roof. If anyone is to disarm the orbital bombs on their ship, on board their ships, it will have to be me. You can do that, Kilika? But of course, it's a skill any counterintelligence officer worth their weight would have. Isn't that right, Secretary Arundel? What do you say we split the work? Der Avatar von Campanella passt dazu, dass die... Was? Dass du vorhin die neueste Folge... Ja. Hell of a Boston Cool hast. Ja, okay. Ja, passt der. Aber er heißt ja sowieso Campanella the Fool. Demnach passt das sowieso, weil er der Narr ist. I sure might as well. Then allow me to accompany you there. There's a chance they may have left Archaeans behind to protect the bombs. The rest of you should pursue the terrorists. You may still be able to catch them. Understood. Bannings, your group is coming with us. These are 2 cells of terrorists we're dealing with. We'll likely need to split up. Roger that. Aye aye, sir. Yes, right. Understood, we can make do with what we know. Good work, Jonah. I will speak to you later again. What did Jonah have to say? He analyzed the terrorist escape route. They fled into the geofront via Orcus Tower's foundation level. By the foundation, you mean the basement of the tower, right? It must lead to who knows how many sectors of the geofront. That won't stop us from capturing those fanatics. I refuse to let them get away and sully the name of Crossbow Police Department any further. My sentiments exactly. I attend this international conference as a representative of the guild, and now they've assailed it right before my eyes. As a bracer, I cannot let this stand. We're going to capture them. There's no doubt in my mind, Car! Though I'd probably be less nervous if it weren't for those bombs ticking away on the roof. Car? I'm sure Kilika and Lecter will be able to handle it. After all, they have Senior Captain Schwartz and Major Vander there to back them up. Seriously, that's a real all-star bomb squad we got up there. We, on the other hand, are going a heck of a way down, aren't we? Yes. From floor 35 to floor B8. Es gibt 8 Kellerstockwerke. What do you know? The SSS is taking on Crossbill's underbelly for real now. Time is of the essence. We'll go on ahead. Don't fall behind. Sheesh! You'd think they'd been waiting their whole lives for this moment. We should hurry along ourselves. Right. Safe. This is not what I was expecting. Am I the only one who feels a little overwhelmed here? Car? Curious. What exactly is this place? The main shaft of Orcus Tower, I believe. This chamber is where the weight of the structure is distributed for optimal load-bearing support. I thought there was something like this inside the tower, but I never expected it to be so expensive. So teuer. Yeah, it's impressive. Can we keep moving now? Yeah, let's keep going south. It went all downhill from there. Okay, da können wir eh nicht durch. Look here. There's only one explanation. Right, this is as far as their little collaboration took them. Dudley, Arios. What's going on, Car? We have a problem. We're not just chasing one combined mess of terrorists down here anymore. Oh no! You saying the group trying to off the Chancellor and the one aiming for the President split ways right here? There's no doubt in my mind. Bis jetzt wirkte dieser Angriff relativ erbärmlich. Ich meine, die haben bis jetzt nichts gemacht, außer zu verlieren und wegzulaufen, ohne dass wir überhaupt was machen mussten. There's no doubt in my mind. The Republican terrorists went to the C sector of the Geofront. While the ones from the Empire have escaped to the D sector. How can you possibly tell? I get it. It's the footprints, isn't it? Exactly. They were in too much of a hurry to hide their tracks. In that case, we should split into two groups ourselves. If we don't make haste, on our one or both of them could manage to escape. Agreed. That would be the best course of action. McLean and I will follow the Calvardians into the C sector. SSS, you pursue the Erebonian terrorists in the D sector. Wait, why divide our forces so unevenly? Glaub mir, das ist nicht unevenly. You would be outnumbered several times over with just the two of you. The C sector is home to a heat treatment plant. It's a difficult place to navigate for those unfamiliar with it. Conversely, the D sector is larger with more open spaces. Your greater numbers will serve you better there. Makes enough sense to me. We're running out of time, Lloyd. I say we go with a plan. Fine then. Dudley, Arios, be careful in there. Same to you. Our suspects are wanted terrorists that are willing to give their lives for that cause. Do not let your guards down. Right. Roger, car! Okay, team, let's move out. Our mission is to catch the terrorists before they can escape the Geofront. Right! They've got another thing coming if they think they're getting away. Ja, wir können uns hier nochmal voll heilen. Sehr gut. Hier oben ist nichts, okay. Hier steht einfach ein Auto. Hier stehen mehrere Autos, das ist einfach ein Parkplatz. Die könnten schon längst weggefahren sein. Is this an underground parking lot? Yes, it was designed with the expectation that in the future cars will become more common in Crossbow. That part I get, but this place is so big it could have its own mailing address. Just how many people do they think are gonna be driving orbital cars someday? Jeder. Okay, good Nacht, Tahu. The way I see it, that was just a doe-eyed excuse made up by the Diet members and officials who ordered this place to build. That sounds more likely, Car. It's very much the case, unfortunately. But since Speaker Hartman's fall from grace, construction has been halted. I'm not surprised. Either way, we clearly have a lot of ground to cover. Pursuing everyone in here won't be easy. Scanning. Human signatures detected. A group of 8 is on the move nearby. Really? Hey, maybe it won't be so hard after all. Let's hurry, car! Ich hätte doch erst durch die Tür da gehen sollen. There. Everyone look. Ugh. Not good. What the? Who the hell are they? Pursuers? Damn, how did they follow us? Crap. Oh, you wanna play? Whoa! They're armed! Well, to your left! Crap! Move, we can't afford to stop! Yeah, who are those freaking brats? Ignore them! Get those feet moving! They escaped. Hey, ladies of the SSS, sure aren't afraid to take action, are they? Die Erinnerung erinnert dich an Metal Slug. Okay. No time to lose, we have to pursue them. There's probably a way down to where they just went. No way in hell we're gonna let him get away now! Okay, hier konnten wir gar nicht lang. Vielleicht können wir dann eins der Autos kurz schließen. So, Erfahrungspunkte fürs Training mitnehmen. White Canvas. Sie hat die bereits, okay. Und ich hoffe, dann sind meine CP auch voll. Wo jetzt lang? Oben oder unten? Ich will keinen Nebenkram verpassen. Okay, oben war die richtige Entscheidung. Okay, den kriege ich nicht von hinten erwischt. Okay, das leuchtet einfach nur und hat sonst keine Bedeutung. Vielleicht kriegen wir noch mal die Gelegenheit, unsere Settings, unsere Slots zu öffnen und so. Ich glaube, ich bleib doch besser bei Neut als Anführer. Was war denn Burst nochmal? Das war sowas richtig OPs, ne? Das hebe ich mir auf. Ich dachte gerade, das sind nur Minen, die irgendwann explodieren. Sind es auch. Das war mehrmals hintereinander dran sein oder so. Ach so, das hat sich auch abgebaut. Man konnte sich das nicht aufheben. Ich meine, das wären irgendwie so richtig heftige Buffs gewesen. Sowas wie die CP-Regeneration und sowas ist auch gestiegen dadurch. Mega Zero Cannon. Oben. Oder unten. Wo soll ich hingehen, um eine Kiste zu finden? Warum ist das hier so riesig? Und hier ist eine Kiste. Und mir fällt gerade auf, ich sollte vielleicht mal gerade... Kann auch einfach ihre EP verbrauchen. Ich meine, ist sie sowieso nicht in der Gruppe. So, mit Lloyd ist am schnellsten. Damit kann man die von vorne angreifen und einmal um sie rumgehen und die haben gar nicht die Chance, dem zu entkommen. Mist. Timing verpasst. Ich konnte gerade nicht sehen, in welche Richtung der geguckt hat. Selber, das war nicht Sinn der Sache. Hier muss doch noch irgendeine Kiste sein. Das ist doch nicht so ein riesiger Bereich für eine Kiste, oder? Ich habe die Chest Messages nicht geguckt. How often do you think Remiferian General Store get phone calls asking if they have Prince Albert in a can? Keine Ahnung. Ich weiß nur, dass ich nochmal zurücklaufen muss und mir die Chest-Messages durchlesen. Das ist gerade wichtiger als die Mission. Hello lads, I'm President Locksmith and it's a pleasure to meet you. I'd like to award you medals for opening all of my friends earlier this year during the Bolt incident. Das ist irgendein Witz, den es auch wirklich gibt. Okay. "'Tis I, the box of iron, Chancellor. How long do you think your precious chest bill will last?" Okay, dann haben wir jetzt alles, ne? Dann können wir jetzt gewohnt weitermachen. Ich habe nur gerade nicht dran gedacht, dass da Kistennachrichten drin sind, weil die ja auch nicht unbedingt wie Kisten aussehen. Nach oben war der Weg weiter, ne? Sowas wie Scherzanruf. Ah, okay. Combat Suit. I'm really glad Princess Claudia got to speak with Lecter again. Maybe now she can finally have some closure. Weißt du, weil sie Klose heißt im Original. Aber du hast eine Stärke von... Randy ist stärker, also nimmt er den Combat Suit. Das sind jetzt alles Wortwitze, die auf... Warte mal, war da eine Kiste? Da ist eine Kiste, ja. Ich habe sie gesehen. Headsman's Noodles. Day 394. It was another cold Tuesday morning when I suddenly realized I was still a treasure chest. Was ein trauriges Leben. Dann fahren wir jetzt mal hier lang. Da kann man hoch, aber da ist nichts. Irgendwo gab es auf jeden Fall noch eine mit einem Quartz. Bin ja noch nicht durch, ne? Diese heroische Musik, die hier kommt. Cheryl Baum. You're chesting my patience. Ja, ja. What was that? It sounded like an orbital bomb going off. Car! Was just up ahead. Hurry! Ja, ich sehe hier auf jeden Fall noch Kisten. And what do we have here? An underground freight line? That's right, it's used to transport goods and cargo to Orcus Tower. Everyone look. Wir haben die Brücke kaputt gemacht, damit wir ihm nicht folgen können. The walkway! Car! They're trying to shake us off that tail. We can't let them escape. Search for another route. Es gibt ja immer einen anderen Weg. Weil man wollte ja gerade abhauen vor uns. Ich hätte den mittleren auswählen sollen. So, hier war auf jeden Fall noch eine Kiste. Ah, da ist eine mit Monstern drin. Ja, das bringt dir da aber gar nichts. Kann ich mich vielleicht jetzt mal zwischendurch heilen? Du bleibst genau da stehen. Und du gehst jetzt in den Wirkungsbereich noch mit rein. Danke. Shield breaker. Alright, now it's your turn to step inside. Shut the lid and wait until someone takes you out. Nee, nee, das können die Monster ruhig weiterhin machen. So, ich versuche mal Lloyds CP wieder auf 200 zu kriegen bis zum Boss. Hauptsache, hier fährt jetzt ein Zug durch. Genau in diesem Moment. Der dachte sich, oh, wir müssen hier mal für ein bisschen Atmosphäre sorgen. Wir fahren jetzt hier durch. Nice, we looped around it. Car! Habe ich vergessen zu sagen. I'd imagine they think they've thrown us off the tail by now. That's good news for us. Now's a chance to catch up. Ketchup, nicht Mayonnaise. Aber die haben doch die Blueprints, oder nicht? Dann müsste doch eigentlich klar sein. Dem müsste dann doch eigentlich klar sein, dass es noch einen anderen Weg dahin gibt, wo die jetzt gerade sind. Vor allem, wie können wir die einholen? Die müssen ja jetzt echt gemächlich langsam gehen. Die sind doch eben schon die ganze Zeit gerannt und hatten so einen riesen Vorsprung. No way, dass wir den einfach jetzt aufholen. Logisch gesehen. Gut, dass wir uns hier nochmal voll heilen können. Wieso kann der Shieldbreaker nicht nehmen? Weil er schon Swordbreaker hat, oder warum? Ist hier noch irgendwas? Ich könnte ihm Hit geben, wodurch seine Stärke wieder höher wird. Dann machen wir das mal. Habe ich schon gespeichert gehabt. Jetzt geht's los. Der Beckenstoß. There they are. We finally managed to catch up with them. Erstaunlich, ne? Nachdem wir nochmal extra zurückgelaufen sind. Was ist das jetzt für ein Clip? Schenkelklopfer. Ich habe einen Schenkelklopfer gemacht. That's good news for us. Now's a chance to catch up. Ach so, mit dem Ketchup. Nicht Mayonnaise. Ketchup, nicht Mayonnaise. Der war so schlecht. Aber gut. Blast it all! They must have defused the bombs on the top of the tower. Those bastards! Ihr seid so unfähig einfach. This was supposed to be our chance to kill the tyrant Blood and Iron Chancellor. We even stooped to cooperation with those Calvadians, and for what? Do not waver, comrades. Ach, das ist G wahrscheinlich, ne? Our allies are the Legion. With their and Duke Cayenne's backing, we cannot be stopped. Once we have escaped this place, another opportunity is sure to present itself. We will have our... Freeze! What? It's those little brats from earlier. How the hell? We blasted the way here into bits. Yeah, so we took a different road, genius, right? Genius, right? It would appear that the data you were provided wasn't quite as comprehensive as you thought it was. Shut your goddamn mouths! Just who in the hell are you? Crossbill Police Department, Special Support Section. We hereby place you under arrest on numerous charges, including terrorism, sabotage, attempting assassination, and attempting mass murder. They're the police? As if some worthless cops from a puny state like this could stop our cause. What's your tone, car? Do you have any idea how many innocent lives you could have taken today? The only way you're getting out of here is in chains, cars. So you're those kinds of terrorists, completely delusional. You think you can do whatever you want in the eyes of the goddess because you've convinced yourself that what you're fighting for is just... Silence! You Crispellans have no right to look down on us. Your state tossed aside its pride and hoard himself out for prosperity. Reasoning with them is useless. They have no remorse. Don't misunderstand. It is not our intention to disrupt the lives of others for the sake of our goals. However, should that dictator be allowed to continue leading our empire down his despotic path, there's no telling how many will suffer. For that reason, we will grant no quarter to any who stand in the way of us taking the Chancellor's head. Don't bother trying to get through to these punks. Kick their asses and sort them out later. Ich kann mir vorstellen, dass nachher nochmal irgendein Viech beschwört oder sowas, weil er die Flöte noch hat. Oder nee, die Flöte hat er die hat er schon verloren, oder? Burning Heart. Du kannst Zero Field machen. Und dass wir erstmal für 2 Runden komplett immun gegen alles sind. Du machst Burst. Blast Storm. So triffst du die meisten, glaube ich. Ich traue dem Ganzen nicht, das wird zu einfach. Ich mache erstmal so weiter, versuche Kios Punkte wieder aufzufüllen. Weil die können sogar versteinert werden. Das passt so gar nicht zu... passt so gar nicht zu einem richtigen Bossgegner, dass die sich versteinern lassen. Da bin ich mir ziemlich sicher. Ja, wo die Flöte kaputt gegangen ist, war bei dem Drachen. Ja, das war aber vor dem Kapitel mit... Oder war das danach erst? Nee, ich meine, danach kam nur noch die, ja, das war vor der Trade Conference, genau. Danach kam nur noch das Kapitel in Ruhr. Und halt das Academy Festival. No, how can this be? Ja, der streamt. Hi Toasty. They're just government dogs from a pissant autonomous state, of all things. Er hat Pisse gesagt. I'll give you that the prosperity crossbills enjoyed for decades has come at a cost. But don't you dare think for a second that cross-balance have lost sight of their pride. Our situation is far from ideal, but despite all the pressure that shackles us down, we still fight to claw our way over those barriers. Lloyd! Well said, Lloyd! Car! It's hard to disagree. Perhaps I was out of line to underestimate you. I concede that attempting to destroy the tower was going a step too far. Setzt er bald endlich seine Maske ab und dann sehen wir, dass es Gideon ist? Does that mean you surrender? No, we cannot fall here. Not while the Blood and Iron Chancellor yet breathes. Look out. Everyone pull back! Ach Mann, jetzt hätte so ein cooler Move kommen müssen, mit dem er das einfach deflected und die wieder zurückfliegen. What the... Guided missiles? Car? No, car! One of the CGS armored cars. You bastards! How the hell did you get your hands on that? Huh. Wouldn't you like to know? We have more friends in high places than you can imagine. Doch, das da ist ein Auto, ja. Let's see you strive to claw your way out of this one. We've wasted enough time here. Withdraw. Und da kommen auch noch mehr Archaisms. Tja, is everyone alright? Yes, surprisingly. I can still fight. Well, with any luck, we'll manage to decommission the rough eraser. Don't get too comfortable. This is one of the Force's most durable models. Be mindful of its anti-arts shielding. Car? Benutzt sowieso kaum Arts, demnach ist mir das egal. Keep your feet moving. If you see an opening, take it. Die Arts, die ich benutze, sind die zum Heilen. Du hast schon wieder voll. Mach Blast Storm. Ich kümmere mich immer erstmal um die Kleinen, ne? Rekuria dahin. So. Wie gewonnen, so zerronnen. Du kannst Cooling Spray machen. Und jetzt machst du Art Bress. Bringt nicht viel. Dann machst du Terror. Du nimmst Cooling Spray, weil du sonst Schaden kriegst. So. Du greifst jetzt an und machst dann deine S-Craft mit Critical drauf. Strength down, so. Art. Terror auf Randy. Alter. Macht dieses Burn viel Schaden. Es gefällt mir gar nicht, wie viel Schaden Burn macht. Cooler habe ich noch Cooling Spray, genau. Komm schon. Kann ich da jetzt einmal Breath reinhauen? Und, ja. Das kannst du machen. Das hat fast gar keinen Schaden gemacht. Das ist mir wurscht, wenn du das machst. Speed down, okay. Hattest du nicht im... Genau. Mach mal das. So, jetzt sind die Stat-Downs weg. Du kannst deine S-Craft mal machen. Ist der anfällig für Burn? Welche wäre jetzt die bessere Wahl auf ihn? Ich meine, gegen Deathblow ist er nicht. Komm, ich mach das jetzt. Death Scorpion. Burst! Nicht mehr lange und... Ah! Tio kann uns unsterblich machen. Ja. Einmal schön Zero 4 für 2 Runden. Einmal Grails 4. Der mit Shield Coating. Oh, das macht sich selbst Schaden. Das ist gut. Du kannst schon wieder deine S-Craft machen. Jetzt ist er arztanfällig, okay. Ist er denn sehr arztanfällig? Ich habe nämlich gerade das Gefühl, dass mein Team gerade sehr gut dran ist, ohne dass er was dazwischen machen kann. Ich habe schon wieder den Burst voll. Und ich habe auch immer noch zwei bekommst aus dem Gefängnis Freikarten. Wenn man das so nennen will. Und Randy hat auch schon wieder die S-Craft voll. Der macht gerade wieder nichts. Also... Ich soll mal Arzt probieren. Ich habe keinen richtigen Caster. Auto kaputt. Mhm. Oh, gleich kriege ich sogar noch einen Team Rush. Ah, nee. Tio, ja, aber Tio ist meine Heilerin. Ich will meine EP nicht für was anderes. Andererseits kann ich ja sowieso... Ich habe schon wieder den Burst. Andererseits bin ich eh noch zweimal immun gegen Angriffe. Noel hat sicher Mitleid mit dem K. Hm. Ach komm. Hydro Cannon machen wir doch mal direkt. Ich glaube, sie kommt aber gar nicht mehr dran, bevor das Auto... Achso, sie kommt jetzt sofort dran. Okay, 2218. Nee, ich habe nicht genug Items. Ich habe mich nicht mal vorbereitet und genug Items zum Heilen oder so. Okay. We did it. Quick, open the doors and pull out whoever's inside before they... That won't be necessary. I detect no vital signs. There never were any. It was fully automated to begin with. Wait, what? Car? Are you freaking kidding me? The terrorists brought archaisms with them too. They weren't exaggerating about having friends in high places. There's no time to worry about that. We have to resume the pursuit. Or else they'll... Dieses Auto, welches sonst, hä? Wovon redest du? Also dieses Auto fährt automatisch. Da ist so ein Gnom dazwischen, der immer wieder da reinschreit. Wegen what car, ja. Gunfire? Car? What could be happening? Come on, we gotta move. So, jetzt gehen wir erstmal gucken, ob hier noch was ist. Das war ein Scherz, aber... Ja gut. Ist hier noch eine Kiste oder so? Ah, hier ist der Eingangsbereich. Okay, das ist der Way Back. Ja, da gehe ich einfach zu. Das habe ich jetzt auch verstanden. Ich wusste ja nicht, wo ich da vorher hinkomme. Da steht out. Das kann ja wohl alles heißen. No. Damn it. Die Red Constellation ist da. Ich mag diese Musik voll. The Red Constellation. Why would you? It's business. Contractual obligation. We've already sent your associates who destroyed the anti-aircraft raiders up to Adios 2. Feel free to join them in her arms. How regrettable. Surely, kill the ones still cowering in the back there. Oh, can I? Wer ist das da? Irgendein Nobody. What's the matter? Don't worry, I'll give you a fair chance. Just you and me, one-on-one. Hey, you lose. Thanks for play. Stop! Haben wir jetzt noch einen Fight gegen die beiden? Hey, no fun! I was getting to the best part. Young Master. Took you long enough. Uncle, Shirley, what the hell are all of you doing here? We are too late. They're already gone. Every last one of them. Na, bis auf den einen. What have you done? How could you just slaughter them like this? Das waren Terroristen. Weren't you listening? It's business. We killed the terrorists that were here to assassinate the Imperial Chancellor and the Empire's eldest prince. Because that is what the Imperial government hired us to do. You can't be serious. Serious as a heart attack? What is CR contract with the Imperial government? It's got a stamp on it and everything. You know what that means, don't ya? We're off limits to you. No touchy. Du touchst doch ständig Leute an. It can't be. Car. Crossbill State Law, Article 19, Paragraph 3. At all times, the Crossbill State government shall recognize and defer to the executive authority of the Erebonian and Calverdian administrations. That's right. In other words, we were acting as proxies for the Imperial authorities. Official executioners with diplomatic immunity, I might add. You plotted this from the very beginning. Uncle! Why did you have to kill them? What reason can there possibly be? They were no threat to you. You could have just easily disarmed them, couldn't you? So why did you? Pathetic! No, Randy. Randy! Car! Are you okay, Randy? What part of the word execution do you have trouble understanding? You, of all people, should be no stranger to carnage of this caliber. If you want to blame someone, look into the mirror. Perhaps things would have ended differently had you done your jobs and caught them first. I doubt the Blood and Iron Chancellor minds your failure, though. He might just send a fruit basket for all the political leverage you've handed him. No. How could this even... Could you let this happen? As a show of good faith, we'll let this last little rodent go. Surely release him. Oh man! Oh man! Well, whatever. It's no fun when they give up this easy. Wenigstens einen kann man noch befragen. Catch! Don't let him slip out of your fingers again, Kay? Warte mal, war es nicht so, dass wir die gesehen haben, als wir über die Brücke gegangen sind und das erste, was wir gemacht haben, ist auf die zu schießen? Und jetzt beschweren die sich, dass die umgebracht haben? Ich meine, wo ist da der große Unterschied? We're done here, let's pull out. Das sagt er auch nach dem Geschlechtsverkehr, ne? Naja, die haben auf die geschossen, nicht neben. Also, die haben schon versucht, die zu treffen. Das waren nicht nur Warnschüsse. Time to go cash in our checks. Tonight we feast. Ja! Later, guys! Excuses, young master. See you around, Commander Randolph. Du hast dasselbe gedacht, also kannst du mir nicht mal böse sein. Time to pull out, genau. Nee, er hat sogar gesagt, we are done, time to pull out. Das macht es irgendwie noch besser. So, ich bin fertig, ich rufe dir jetzt ein Taxi. So nach dem Motto. You gotta be shitting me. All I wanted was to get away from all this. God damn it! Ach guck mal, die hatten Hilfe von Yin. Beziehungsweise nicht Hilfe. Die wurden nicht getötet, immerhin. Damn, hey you pests. Why the hell are they helping them? Shao Li. Oder heißt der Sao? Ich glaube Sao, ne? Sao Li, those are wanted men. I don't care what authorization the Republican government has granted you. You've no right to take them into custody. Authorization or no, I can't simply ignore what Eiyu's elders command of me. If that isn't a good enough answer for you, we take no issue with applying a healthy bit of force. I'm interested to see who would win in the match between the Divine Blade of Wind and my associate over here. The Eastern Quarter's legendary Shongshu. Xing Shang Shong. This means this meeting has been ne, das X wird wie ein S ausgesprochen, ne? Also müsste es Xiangshu heißen oder so, ne? Xiangshu. This meeting has been a lot time coming, Yin. I understand you excel in direct combat too. I would say we're at a disadvantage. Rest assured, our terrorist friends here are in good hands. They'll simply be utilized as examples to deter other radical Calvadian nationalists, an honor for any political dissident. Don't screw with us! Because of your Easterners, our glorious republic is... Blah! President Rocksmith, that sly dog is even craftier than I had thought. Isn't he, though? I find him to be something of a kindred spirit in that sense. I insist that you direct any and all objections you may have to his administration. Man, let us take our leave. Sir! Yin sagt einfach nix. The same day, 6 p.m. Ist es nicht wieder so, dass wir im Endeffekt nichts gemacht haben? Ich glaube, das wird die SSS niemals los, dieses Trope. Dass sie nichts geleistet haben und alle anderen immer die Arbeit machen. I see. Understood. Everyone here is safe and sound. There's no need to worry. What's the status of the terrorists? The Calvadian terrorists we apprehended by several employers of Eiyuu Trading Limited. It would appear the Republican government granted them the authorization to do so. Pardon? Oh, splendid, splendid. They are friends of ours. Rest assured that we can vouch for their character. Was hast du jetzt schon wieder für einen Clip gemacht? Mir fällt kein Titel ein. War das mit Pull Out? Genau. Nee, er hat sogar gesagt, we are done, time to pull out. Also das mit, komm, ich rufe den Taxi, okay. Weiter geht's. As for the Airborne terrorists, I was told that the Red Constellation executed them on orders from the Imperial government. You can't be serious. Chancellor Osborne, what is the meaning of this? Am I to understand the Imperial government hired Jägers on foreign soil for the purpose of carrying out a mass execution? Jetzt tut er so, als ob er das nicht gewusst hätte. You have the right of it, down to the very last word. Surely you know that there is no punishment more fitting than a swift death for daring to take aim at your life, Your Highness. This will serve as a suitable deterrent for the fools hiding in the background. He's one to talk. As troubling as this is, their actions still fall within the bounds of state law. That may be, but even so, this is far too great a breach of trust. Oh, you misunderstand, Speaker. But more importantly, wouldn't you call today's incident a prime example of what the Chancellor and I were saying? Surely you see how that now that the Crossbill state government is incapable of managing a crisis such as this by itself? Mal abgesehen davon, dass ihr die Terroristen hier erst hingebracht habt mit eurer Anwesenheit und darüber genau Bescheid wusstet im Vorfeld, und zwar schon lange im Vorfeld, und wir einen Tag hatten, uns darauf vorzubereiten, tut ihr jetzt so, als ob ihr hier die großen Macker wärt, die ja alles so auf Kürze... Nee, so ist das nicht. Ihr konntet das von viel längerer Hand planen. Und dann habt ihr nicht mal das innerhalb eures Staats geregelt, sondern mit irgendwelchen Jägern. Und so. Also... Not only did the terrorists successfully infiltrate the venue of the trade conference, you and yours failed to stop them. If not for our preemptive safeguards, we would have evaded capture. They would have evaded capture. You could consider this proof that the measure we put forward would work in practice. That's right. Forgive my brashness, but consider how close to the brink of death our lives were placed today. What better time than now to seriously consider a proposal to station troops in Crossbow? I don't believe you two. This is borderline coercion. Then this was all intentional. Now I see your aims. A plan this low is despicable even for you. If I could have your attention, everyone, we still have not concluded discussing the final matter on the agenda. I do believe the Chancellor and President's proposal is worth consideration, however. I would first like to finish the statement I was going to make before we were interrupted by the attack. Dieter? Oh? What did you wish to bring to the table? Actually, this is not so much a motion to be discussed as it is a declaration of intent. I'd been somewhat hesitant about this idea, but the events that transpired earlier were just the push my resolve needed. So please, allow me to take this opportunity to advocate for one final proposal. What? We can no longer be swayed by the whims and desires of foreign powers. For the sake of lasting peace in the region, no, throughout the entire continent. I hereby propose to the citizenry and to all nations of Zemuria that Crossbill be recognized as an independent state. So, das haben wir ja dann in Dings auch schon gesehen, in Trails of Cold Steel, ne? Afterwards. Nach der Warze. Da haben wir es. Ja, Sector Junction. Treffen sich jetzt Eiyuu und die Constellation? My. Look who it is! Fancy meeting you guys here. The Red Constellation. The Scarlet Ogre and his daughter. We're at the ready, Lord Sigmund, sir. Relax, man. Neither of us is in a position to do anything until we've taken care of our client's terms. It would be unprofessional to jump the gun for a little fun, wouldn't it? Not my words, but I agree. This reminds me, I'd like to congratulate you on the successful reopening of Nœud Blanc. Nicht zu verwechseln mit Bleu Blanc. My apologies for not having welcomed you to the neighborhood already. Ha! Think nothing of it. You'll have excused me for not knocking on your door when we arrived, old friend. Speaking of reminders, how are your colleagues back in the Eastern Quarter? The ones that managed to survive, that is. Quite alright, thank you very much. Sorry to disappoint you. Though, if it makes you feel any better, I hear the elders still have nightmares courtesy of all of you. They sure better! We busted right into their little council and took them hostage! You'd have not fared so well had I not been as absent on another mission. Wait! Are you Yin? The legendary Xiong something? The strongest warrior of the Eastern Quarter? And you must be bloody surely. You're one of the strongest battalion commanders of any Jäger Corps on the continent, despite being only 60 years old. I guess so. Honestly, I'd way rather do all my hunting solo. But enough about me. What's with the getup? I bet you'd be loads more powerful without that fancy schmancy mask and cape on. I beg your pardon. It's taking a lot out of you, right? Keeping it all together? Your muscles would be a heck of a lot stronger if they could move the way they wanna, right? Well. It does an old man proud to know his daughter got a good eye for things. Sorry if she hit a sore spot. Surely knows what she wants when she sees it. Sie will Brüste. Glaube ich. Also das sieht sie zumindest immer und will es direkt anfassen. Don't mention it. So, I suggest we move on ahead. Unless you have more catching up you'd like to do. Not at all. Sorry to keep you. Until we meet again. Yeah, see you around. Bye-bye now. Chapter 2, West Simoria Trade Conference, End. Tower of Terror freigeschaltet. Wir speichern jetzt. Yes. Und was ist wow? Gutes Kapitel. Auch wenn ich finde, dass es ein bisschen sehr viel Politik-Talk gibt in diesem Spiel. Das war eigentlich alles, was ich schaffen wollte. In diesem Stream. Ich bin froh, dass ich es fertig habe. Der Politik-Talk ist der beste Part. Duh. Er ist ein bisschen sehr trocken. Ich guck mal gerade, ob noch irgendwer zum Raiden da ist. I don't know, I'm a little wet. Finster. Die Politik macht dich ein bisschen feucht. Ich sehe jetzt gerade niemand zum Raiden hier. Sonst könnte man vielleicht mal gucken, ob gerade jemand Trails in the Sky spielt oder so. Trails in the Sky. Gibt's keinen. Diese Spiele spielt natürlich keiner. Die neueren Spiele eher, aber die kenne ich ja nicht und ich will ja nicht spoilern oder gespoilert werden. Es gibt zumindest keine deutschen Kanäle, die spielen. Keine Überraschung, ne? Gut, dann beende ich den Stream heute ohne Raid. Mal wieder. Ja, wir haben das Kapitel durch. Das heißt, beim nächsten Mal gibt es dann wieder Dingskirchens hier, Zelda. Auch wenn ich absolut keinen Bock auf diesen Fisch habe. Ja. Seelat, genau. Oder Zeddler. Ich glaube, Drachenlord hat mal Seelat geschrieben, ne? Der hatte doch irgendwann mal was gepostet und dann Seelat geschrieben. Okay. Der Stream ist hier an dieser Stelle zu Ende. Kyoda hat mal Seelat geschrieben. Ja, gerade eben. Wie der Fisch einfach zu besiegen ist, kannst du mir sagen. Okay, indem man genug Leben hat wahrscheinlich. Wahrscheinlich wird der auch gar nicht allzu schwierig sein. Seelat ist von dem einen Video von mir. Ja, ich weiß. Ich habe das absichtlich da falsch geschrieben. Das ist ja Zelat. Das ist, glaube ich, im Thumbnail, ne? Einfach, weil die Aussage so dumm ist, Link als Zelda zu bezeichnen. Ich dachte, dadurch wirkt es halt einfach noch dämlicher, wenn dann Zelda nicht mal richtig geschrieben ist. Ja, gut, dann gute Nacht euch allen. Wir sehen uns dann im nächsten Stream hoffentlich wieder. Tschüss.